Hi guys, good morning, and this is the second leg of our tax marathon. We had a successful 4 hour run yesterday, and we are now going to be looking at the second leg. This is a Sunday morning, just getting everything set up well, and if it all okay, then we can start. Let me know if it's okay, and have we started the stream? Yes, perfect. So Sunday morning, I was just talking about in the earlier one, didn't get recorded. Sunday is usually very unproductive. You wake up late and etc. But today we've woken up decently on time. We're starting off. It's right now about 9 o'clock, and we're looking at the second leg of this tax marathon. And a lot of new things will happen today as compared to yesterday. For those who are new, please watch the second one as well, yesterday's one as well. And while you participate today, make sure later on you watch the old one as well. What are we going to be doing today? We are going to be targeting things that scare us. One is a chapter called TDS and TCS. We'll be doing that. Again, computation of income continues, and we're doing other sums and the chapters as well. How we'll be doing this is slightly different. Every time we do a sum on computation of income, we'll discuss 5 TDS sections. And that's how we'll do all the 25 TDS sections. And once we're done with the 5 computation of income sections, then we'll go to TDS sums and we'll try and do TDS sums as well. So mainly it's computation of income and TDS chapter only. Sir, only? Yes, only, because that will get you 15 marks plus 7 marks. That is 22 marks in your exam. So this only thing will get you about 22 marks today. And yesterday we covered a couple of other sums as well. IFHP, residential status, etc. So guys, in 8 hours of tax marathon, if we can cover about 30 to 40 marks, that's a win for all of us. Yes, so right now, without wasting any time, I'm going to discuss 5 sections of TDS, and every time we do computation of income, we'll discuss 5 more, and that's how we'll move ahead. Yes, just 1 second. Can you call? So I'm going to make a list. This is TDS, and let's discuss 5. We'll start with the easy ones, and then we'll keep building up. The first one is if there is a person, and always there's a payer in the middle. You'll always know in the TDS, the payer is in the middle. If there is a payer in the middle who's paying you some amount which is called casual income, then they will deduct and pay to the government. This is always the government at the other end. If you make the diagram, life will be simpler, and the TDS will be under section 194B, B for betting, and the TDS rate will be 30%. So this is the first one, and as and when we keep giving the payments, we'll keep putting these sections here. So the first one is section 194B, and the rate of TDS is 30%. Next, if it's not a casual income, of course, this amount has to be more than 10,000 rupees. Only then the TDS will apply. If it's smaller amount, it is taxable. That means you will have to pay tax, and you'll keep Mr. A here. Mr. A will have to pay tax, but there'll be no TDS. Very simple. You all know this. This will not be complicated at all. Next, 194BB is a bigger bet where you've gone for horse racing. Again, here it's 30% and paid to the government. Next, we'll do 5, and then that's we wrap. Again 5, and that's how we wrap. Next, we'll do 194BA, betting app. In betting app, it's slightly different, where you are basically betting like on Dream 11. But here, why is that a reference section? But because here it's 30% on the net amount. Example, if I have put in 10,000 rupees in Dream 11, I won 1 lakh rupees, then the TDS will be on 90,000. That's the whole idea. This is betting app. Here the government has said that if it's small amounts, see, these are procedural. Don't go into all these details. But the government has said that if it's a very small amount, up to 100 rupees, 20 rupees, 30 rupees, you don't have to deduct TDS. But all that is okay. In the exam, you'll see betting app. You'll have to deduct 30%, but remember on the net winning. Now, when do you have to deduct? And all this is payment. But here 194BA, it is payment or 31st March, because some people might not withdraw the money. So it is 31st March at the year end. Now, congratulations, good news. One section has now been removed. That is section is 194O. That section has now been removed from your syllabus, so we'll not let worry about that. Next is 194N, N for notes. Again, very common in the exam. If you keep withdrawing from the bank or from a cooperative bank or from a post office or from these institutions, if you withdraw cash, the government gets upset and they said, listen, yeah, banks, please deduct TDS at the rate of 2%. How do you remember this 2%? Because generally people have 2 bank accounts. But there are some punishments also. We'll talk about that soon. So, sir, on any withdrawal today, if I go to an ATM, if I withdraw money, there'll be no TDS. There'll be TDS? No. Only if you withdraw more than 1 crore. So 194N says that only if you withdraw more than 1 crore rupees will there be TDS. Now this is aggregate. Example, from one bank account, if I keep withdrawing 20 lakh, then up to 1 crore there is no TDS, only on the excess. So this is the only one which is on the excess. There is a TDS at the rate of 2%. Punishment we'll talk about later. If it's a cooperative bank, suddenly this 1 crore becomes 3 crore. So if you're withdrawing from a cooperative bank, then this 1 crore will become 3 crore. Just keep that in mind if you're doing it in the exam. Now there are some people lucky enough where there are no TDS. The shortcut is called bag. What is bag? If you're a bank yourself, next A, if you're an ATM service provider, and G, if you're the government, then you can withdraw as much as you want. There is no TDS. Let's talk about the punishment also. They say in the last 3 years, If you had to file your return of income, why did you not file it for all the last 3 years? The government is super upset with you. And here the government says that, listen, I'm very upset with you, and hence I'm changing this 2% rate and the threshold also. The government here now says for those people up to 20 lakh rupees, again no TDS, but about 20 lakh rupees, not above 1 crore, about 20 lakh only there will be TDS at the rate of 2%, up to 1 crore, whatever withdrawal is, and above 1 crore to 5% TDS will have to be paid to the government. I know guys, TDS, you can always take credit. The TDS that has gone to the government goes along with your PAN, and you can always take credit, but till that time money has been blocked, and hence that is the issue. So you should not get into this punishment zone. 1 section done, 2 section done, 3 section done, 4 section done. Let's go to the 5th section. 5 sections is what we are targeting. The next one, you got a life insurance policy. You have gone to LIC, HDFC, etc. You paid a premium and you got a life insurance policy, and now you're getting the money back. Let's talk about that. That is life insurance receipts. Now, this is connected to another chapter called exemption, that if you have life insurance receipts, and if it's on death, if there is a person who is no more and the family gets the money, this is fully exempt. You know it. If all the premiums have been low, that means if you're taking a policy after 2012, then your premium is 10%. Example, my policy is 80 lakh and my premium is up to 8 lakh, 10%. Then all these again will be exempt. But having said that, if any of the premiums are high, then when I get that money, it is taxable. And suddenly here, the government again comes into picture that if it's taxable, I want TDS. So let's understand the next section. The section is called 194DA, that is death amount. That's a shortcut. Now, your LIC or HDFC Life is paying you. The government said, listen, can you deduct TDS and pay? And we'll deduct TDS at the rate of 2%. How do you remember this? Whatever is your income, generally life insurance should be twice your income. Earlier this used to be 5%, but now has been reduced to 2%. So remember, only 2%. Now there are some peculiarities here. The government said, listen, this TDS will apply at the rate of 2% only if this condition is fulfilled. First, the money that you're getting should be more than 1 lakh rupees. So whatever you're getting from the life insurance should be more than 1 lakh. Second, you have to calculate the net amount. What is the net amount? Example, I took a policy of 80 lakh, so I'm getting 80 lakh. But to get that policy over the period of time, over the period of years, I paid 6 lakh premium 10 times. So I paid 60 lakh rupees. So 80 lakh minus 60 lakh, my profit is actually only 20 lakh. That's called the net amount. And the net amount, you have to deduct TDS at the rate of 2%. As all this is very, very simple in the exam. You have to only remember 3 things. SRA. S is section. So section याद कर लेना, आपको मैं shortcut दे रहा हूँ. Next is rate, so you have to give rates, and I am giving you shortcuts even for the rates, like life insurance twice your income, bank account will be 2 bank accounts, etc. And then calculate the amount. So whatever is the amount, example here it is 20 lakh, 20 lakh into 2% is the amount. These are our 5 sections of TDS. The problem with TDS is not difficult, honestly. It's only big. And problem is you try to do all the 25 sections together and you try to do that 10 days before the exam. So it doesn't happen. So we'll do it 5 in parts. And as and when we finish one sum, we'll look at more 5 sections. This was my part on TDS. Now guys, let's look at one more computation of income sum. I'm going to tackle difficult sums today. The more difficult sums you do today with me, the better your knowledge will be and the better your confidence also. Let's look at ICI papers. Let's look at May 24, November 23. Let's see if you've done this. Pramod looks very, very simple. This is so simple. I'm just going to go through this and we'll discuss only the adjustments part. Yes. So everyone will participate. You'll have a calculator around you very, very quickly. And only the adjustments we'll quickly talk about. So Pramod is a businessman on the screen. We're not solving this, guys. Only adjustments. There is nothing difficult here. There is, this sum has gross profit, income of house property, furniture income goes to IFOS. All these are expenses. Everything looks okay. Opening and closing stock, there is a difference, you know, and it's a good time to revise this also. If your closing stock here, this is the closing stock. If my closing stock is overvalued means what? Higher. Then my profit is also higher. So I'll have to minus 20,000 and opposite impact, I will give 15,000. Guys, very simple adjustment, move ahead. This adjustment has come thrice. Make sure it's well done. Next, rates and tax include GST liability of 5,000 paid on 1st May 2023. That important is what is the year 22-23. So the year is 22-23 and you have paid after the year ends on 31st March. But is it okay to pay taxes? If you remember merit, you can pay those 5 expenses by when? June. So you can pay by July, October, November. So this is okay and you already minus it. So no adjustment here. Next, municipal taxes for let out property 7,000. Now this is not connected to PGBP. So you'll remove it from PGBP and take it to IFHB. Next, admin expense paid 25,000 to National Children's Fund. This is not connected to PGBP, but you minused it, so you'll have to add this. So add 25,000, and then in 80G you will get a deduction on National Children's Fund. So good time to discuss 80G. ATG basically means you're giving money. You are very generous, you're giving for charities, and the government has divided all the charities into 4 categories. The first category, you get 100% reduction. The second category gets 50, then 150, and subject to a condition. Let's recap. Here, guys, you should not pay in cash more than 2,000 rupees. First category, like this comes in the exam, no problem. Take ATG minus 25,000 rupees. Second category is basically drought. Chief ministers, prime ministers drought relief fund, you'll get 50%. But if it's the third and fourth category, then you stop. Then what you need to figure out is the third and fourth category, they share an ATI called 10% of ATI. They share this limit. What is ATI? ATI is simple. Take your GTI. Which GTI? Without the CC incomes. So take your GTI example. My GTI is 10 lakh rupees, and you minus all the deductions: ATC, ATD, ATE, ATJJ, except ATG. So example, let's say my GTI is 10 lakh rupees. I will minus all the reduction, example 6 lakh. So whatever the balance 4 lakh is my ATI. 10% of that 40,000 is the limit where the third and the fourth deductions will get. So in the third category, what if I paid 50,000? So I cannot get a deduction of 50,000 because my limit is only 40. So 50 or 40, which is lower, 40, I get 100% of that. But let's say in the third category, I've donated 30,000. So 30 or 40, which is higher, 30, which is lower, 30, I'll get the entire deduction. But then now for the fourth category, it is only going to be 10,000 rupees limit. Remember all that. Guys, go through that ATG deduction as well. Here it is very simple. You'll get a 25,000 deduction under ATG. Payment for laptop. Again, second time we're discussing this. This is a capital expense. You minus it in PGBP. You'll have to add it, and you'll have to take depreciation. You know, depreciation on laptop is 40%. Next, transport charges include 330,000 paid in cash. Perfectly okay. 35,000 tak you can pay to a GTA, goods transport agent. Incurred a loss of 8,000 on sale of equity shares. Guys, this will go not under PGBP, but will go under capital gain. So this or capital loss. You bought the shares in 2022, sold them in 2023 within 1 year. So it's a short-term capital loss. You know, short-term capital loss, 8,000 rupees will go under capital loss and can be set off later. We'll see. Depreciation includes 1,200 as depreciation trademark wrongly charged at 15%. You know, guys, trademark is an intangible asset. Intangible asset, what is the depreciation rate? 25%. So it's not 15%, it's 25%. So this is 1,200. You'll have to give extra depreciation. Deposit 50,000 in PPF, ATC deduction. Paid life insurance premium 60,000, ATC deduction. 70,000 loan for higher education of his wife. Yesterday, I still remember the sum. I don't know if you do, but we had done the same question, a similar question, where that person has also given education for his spouse, children, etc. This is section 80E. So just in terms of sections, you will quote 80E, you will quote ATC, you will quote ATG. For depreciation, you will quote section 32(1). For loss, etc. For cash payment, you will quote section 40A3. And guys, these are not new sections. I have given you important section out of every chapter. These are all from there only. Admin expense, this is ATG again. Rates and taxes, this you are paid by due date, no problem. Municipal tax, you will go under house property. So this is the kind of question we'll not be solving because this is too simple. Compute total income and tax payable by Mr. Pramod. The business profit is computed as per normal provision and he opts for section 115 BSC. This is the new scheme. This will do later. That is when you present, don't present this first. He opts to compute business profit under presumptive income and does not opt for 115. This is also later, but this is what you will do first. Can you do that? Of course you can. Right? Serial number 3. And business profit is computed as per normal provisions and he does not opt for section 15 BSC. That means the old provision. You will finish this, you'll get a number. Now you'll have 3 incomes. One is PGBP income, one is IFHP income, and one is IFOS income. So you'll have 3 incomes. But when you go to the next one, which is this, he opts to compute business profit under presumptive taxation. Then in that PGBP, everything else will remain the same. Only PGBP income will change. Presumptive basically means 8 and 6%. So you'll take the sales value. Everyone take the sale value, 70,80,000. And we don't know whether it's, everything is through account pay check. So into 6%. That is 4,24,800. So only PGBP number will change, 4,24,800 in this set. And in this first one, the new scheme, there will be some deductions which you will not get. Example, ATE you will not get, ATC you will not get, ATG also you will not get, only JAN you get. So all those deductions you'll have to add. Depreciation is okay. This all is okay. Perfect. Everything else remains okay. Only those 3-4 deductions you will not get. This house property is LOP, there is no change. If it was a SOP, then interest deduction you would not get. Yes. So again, for those people guys who worry about computation of income, let me tell you guys that if you remember the most common adjustments, your life will be simple and it will be manageable in the exam. Again, let's look at one more question. Here we go. But we finished one. So let's discuss five more TDS sections. Yes. I told you every time we finish, we'll discuss five more TDS sections. Okay. The first five we finished was 194B. Next was 194BB. Next was 194O, which has been removed. We also discussed 194BA. We also discussed 194N. And we discussed 194DA. Now it's time to do five more sections, and we are already then at 10 sections on TDS chapter. Let's see the next five sections. The next five sections are very simple. This is a person who's the payer again here. There is a person who's A here, and there is a government here. Let's start. If I'm starting a new business, a new shop, a new restaurant, etc., I don't want to buy initially, I rent. So I'm a payer and I'm paying rent. The government said, listen, initially everyone pays rent. So on this rent that you paid, can you deduct a small amount and pay us? And we'll call it TDS at the rate of 10%. The section for rent is section 194I. Now let's go to more details. In rent, can I pay for land and building? Yes. Can I pay for plant and machinery? Can I pay for furniture, etc.? Yes. But the rent that you're paying per person to one person, if it's more than 50,000 per month, that is more than 6 lakh rupees per annum. Earlier this used to be a different amount, now it's 50,000. So example, if I'm paying rent of 40,000 per month, there is no TDS. But if I'm paying rent more than that, more than 50,000 per month, there is TDS. What if I'm paying for land and building 30,000 and plant and machinery 30,000 to the same person, then it is crossing that 50,000 limit, so there will be TDS. This 10% will be reduced to 2% if it's plant and machinery. Keep that also in mind. Now common things, this TDS you will deduct and pay to the government, not today, not tomorrow, by the 7th of the next month. You will give the PAN of the person, the other person can take credit. All this is not important in the exam. Only thing is, if that person does not give you PAN, then 10 and 2% you will not apply. You will apply straight a punishment of 20%, and that too you will not get credit because he is not given his PAN number. This is section 194I, I for initially we rent. This is very common in the exam. In the exam, if they give you only 3 months rent, example, you started renting on the month of December, Jan, Feb, March, still if it's more than 50,000 per month, you will have to deduct TDS. That is one. Be careful about that. Second, very important thing here. What if I am a small individual? That means I'm an individual or HO. That means you and me or our families. And where our business turnover less, yeah, last year has been very low. Low means for professions up to 50 lakh and for business up to 10 crore, up to 1 crore, sorry. The government says you're a small individual. Don't worry about this section. You pay rent and you don't have to deduct TDS. One more section down, guys. Slowly and steadily, we're winning this game. Next, you like this property? Do you want to buy this property? Okay. So immovable property you are acquiring. Section is 194IA. Whenever in India you may buy a shop, buy a house, buy a land, buy anything except rural agriculture land and except compulsory acquisition, the government says, listen here, whenever you're paying for this, let's say you're buying this shop for 80 lakh rupees, you will deduct a small amount of money and pay to the government under 194IA. Guys, everyone wants to buy at least one property, so the TDS rate is 1%. This is the TDS rate, 194IA. Now some peculiarities here. The property that you're buying should be more than 50 lakh rupees. What if my stamp duty value is 60 lakh, but I'm buying it for 70 lakh? Then whichever is higher, obviously think like the government. What if my stamp duty value is 40 lakh, but my sale consideration is 50 lakh? Then will it apply? Yes. 55 lakh. Yes, it has to be, any one amount has to be more than 50 lakh rupees. Only then it will apply. What if both the amounts are below 50 lakh? Then it will not apply. And this money that you're paying will include your parking charges. If I'm buying a house, then clubhouse parking, total amount that I'm paying should be more than 50 lakh. Now some tricky point. Hear me go. I'm buying a house from a couple. Let's call that couple Mr. and Mrs. A. So this is the husband and this is the wife, and I'm buying the property for 80 lakh rupees and I'm paying 40 to both. Will TDS apply in this case? If your answer is no, then you're not thinking like the government. Otherwise, everyone will split the amount. So the government says for one property, are you paying more than 50,000 rupees, 50 lakh rupees? Yes, even though you break it into two parts, that the property value that you're buying is more than 50 lakh rupees, TDS will apply at the rate of 1%. Guys, congratulations. This is the next section already done. Next, 194 LA, legally acquire. Here it's not payer, it's not any payer, it's the government who's acquiring. So, but if the government is acquiring, why is there TDS? Because it's not the government's money. They deduct TDS of this Mr. A. So even if the government is acquiring, there will be TDS. So government is acquiring the same shop, land, etc. So the government says, listen here, the TDS will be at the rate of 10%. How do you remember? This 10 we've added, and here we remove 10. So here it is more than 50 lakh, here it is 5 lakh. How I remember it is, this 10 from 50 has been taken and put it here. The TDS rate is increased and the threshold is reduced. This is very common again, 194 LA, another section down. Now, next section. I'm the payer again here, and I want a property, but I'm not getting a property. So I ask a broker that, listen, yeah, can you help me? So this is a helper. He's a broker. He's a commission agent. He can sell my goods, etc. He'll help me to do everything, and I'll have to pay him brokerage. The government said, listen, yeah, if you pay him brokerage more than 20,000 rupees, earlier this used to be 15,000, now it's 20,000, then there will be TDS at the rate of 2%. So earlier this used to be 5%, now it is 2%. How do you remember it? That brokers across Bangalore, Mumbai, Pune, Delhi, etc., they only charge 2% brokerage. So this is brokerage at the rate of 20%, 2% on brokerage more than 20. But here again, if you're a small individual, example, you're a student and you come to Bangalore and you want a house on rent and you are paying some brokerage, then in that case, you're a small individual, small issue. Don't worry, you don't have to do this brokerage. This also, there's an exception. This is section 194H. Dekhte guys, 1, 2, 3, 4 more sections down. Next, again, you're a payer. And this time you're paying brokerage, but this is to an insurance agent, guys. This I'm writing as an insurance agent, and you're paying him insurance brokerage. The same threshold, if it's more than 20,000, TDS will be at the rate of 2%, and the section will become section 194D, because insurance generally you take for doctor's fees or for death. And one more bonus, 5 are over, but we'll do 6. If you're paying lottery commission, this is your lottery agent. What does a lottery agent do? He'll sell your lottery tickets for you and for commission. And if you pay him commission of more than 20,000 rupees, then again TDS will be at the rate of 2%. But the section changes here to section 194G. So while there are many people who say that TDS is the most difficult, etc., we are immediately down 11 sections from TDS. I'll tell you why it's difficult. Because you're focusing on other things, whether it's on payment or credit basis, whichever is earlier. When do you want your salary? Next year or this year? When do you want to become a CA? Whichever is earlier. So it's simple. The government says payment or credit, whichever is earlier. Don't go into all those things. Go into the section, go into the rate, go into the amount, and get the amount. And mainly if it's no PAN, because that has come in the exam before, if it's no PAN, the rate becomes 20%. That is something that you need to buy out. All right. 5 more sections down. In our journey of TDS, we are at 11 sections down, which is great. We'll do one more question and we'll come back. This question I want to do in more detail. This is Rohan. This is an excellent question to do, and I think we should do it in great detail. He has not opted for also, and this is also saying that what if he takes presumptive tax. So I think it's a great way to revise presumptive tax as well. Let's revise presumptive tax. What is presumptive tax? As a businessman, as a small businessman, if you want to focus on your business, the government says, listen, you tell me your turnover and I'll take 6% or 8% of that turnover as your tax, as your profit. You don't have to worry about anything else. But then in PGBP, you can't take any further deduction. That's for businessmen, section 44 AD. For professionals, ADA, the percentage changes from 8% to 50%. For professionals, it's 50%. And if you're a goods transport agent, then there's a section called 44A, always on the expressway, whereby one truck will assume to be giving you a profit of 7,500 per month. Some more details. In business, there is another percentage of 6% if money is coming in your bank account. And for trucks, if it's a heavy truck, more than 12 tons, exactly 12, nahi, more than 12 tons, then it is 1,000 per ton. That is a presumptive basis. In all presumptive sections, congratulations, you will not have to audit your books, no auditing, no accounting, and fixed profits. You can show higher profits, obviously, but not lower profits. And if you want to show lower profits, then please arrange your accounts, audit the books. And in all these three, this is not for Adanis and Ambanis. Anand Ambani's 31st birthday, can he follow this? Not at all. Guys, we have to this only for residents, only for some individuals, HUF partnership firms, and only if your turnover is up to 2 crore, 3 crore, your professional turnover is up to 50 lakh, and trucks you have maximum is 10 trucks. We have a good sum on that. So we'll be doing one sum on 44E, but right now we'll be doing one sum on computation of income. Let's go, guys. Everyone, immediately let's start. This is question number 1, November 22 paper. We'll be solving this in as much fairness as possible. Question number 1, November 22. We'll time it also. 30 minutes is what we have. It's right now 9:31. Let's go. This is rough work. The person is Rohan. He is 82 years. The year is 21-22. For those people who are watching it, guys, yes, you will be watching. ICI will be watching you again and again coming to the center. Yes, or you can do this once with me and by yourself also. We'll start PGBP. Guys, here they've not given you the PNL. They have only given you whatever they've received and whatever they paid. So we have to make the PGBP. So we'll start from PGBP scratch. We'll take the incomes and minus the expenses. Let's go to the incomes. He's a doctor having his nursing home in Mumbai. Gives the following particulars. Opening balance is never income. Fees from visits to other hospitals net. 5,85,000. Why is it net? We've not discussed this. But when a professional gets money, he gets 10% less. This is only 90%. So take your calculators, everyone. 5,85,000 divide by 90 into 100. So his actual income is 6,50,000. So you will go to PGBP and you will write income very quickly, 6,50,000. But sir, what about then that 10%? Will I get the credit? Yes, at the end. So you will go below, and you will write TDS here, and you will take a credit of 65,000. Whatever is your tax liability later, you will minus 65,000. Coming back to PGBP, this income is done. Let's go to the next income. The next income actually of last year, March 2021, but received this year. Typically, guys, depending on which accrual or cash, let's revise. If it's accrual, then it's already been taken last year, because an accrual we follow the year. But if it's cash, then we'll have to take it this year. So let's read. Here you read, he keeps his books of accounts on cash basis. This is a very good question, especially because on cash basis, this is a question that we have to practice, and we are doing that. So for cash basis, this is the year he's receiving it. So we'll also add this to our income. Go to your income and immediately add 85,000. This is also income. Rough work, guys, don't write full, but the amounts have to be written well. Next, he has dividend from shares. Net is 18,900. Guys, dividend always goes to IFOS. Doesn't matter who you are. So 18,900 will go to IFOS. Will we remove it from PGBP? No, because he's not made any PGBP. We are making it. So here we go, 18 IFOS dividend, but we can't write the net amount. We always have to write the gross amount. 18,900 divide by, again, dividend on that 10% is reduced. So 90 into 100, 21,000. So this is 21,000. And again, guys, 10% of that we can always take credit. Go back to your TDS, and there's another TDS waiting for you, 2,100. Confidence, every step gets your confidence levels higher. Let's move. Fees received during the year, 10,25,000. Again, that is income. So 10,25,000 is here again, 10,25,000. This is income again. So we have three incomes right now. Next, gift. Guys, typically the moment you see gift, you want to go to IFOS if it's more than 50,000, but this is gift received from patient, so it's connection to business. Here, any gift, any amount will be taxable. So 45,000 and entirely taxable. Here again, it is gift or income, and it is 45,000. Honorarium for painting services from Jai Hind Art School. Guys, this is not your doctor services. This is something else, painting services. So go IFOS. But again, it's net, so you'll have to gross it up. 22,500 divided by 90 into 100. 25,000 will go to IFOS. So I'm going here, IFOS. 25,000. And again, TDS, 2,500. So there are three TDSs now. Income tax refund. Guys, in the exam, if you see income tax, just plain ignore it. Of course, if it's added minus, you have to remove it. But income tax you pay, ignore. Income tax refund, ignore. Income tax interest you pay, ignore. But interest you earn on the refund, that will go to IFOS. So here, income tax refund, I will ignore it. Only the interest amount, I will take it to 1,500 to IFOS. You will take that to IFOS here. Interest on income tax. This is received 1,500. What if this was GST? Let me tell you guys, because in the exam they can give you other taxes. GST paid, GST refunded, interest on GST, they're like any other expense. So if then the exam they say GST paid, take it as an expense. GST refund, take it as an income. Interest paid on GST, take it as an expense. So everything else there is okay. Any other tax except income tax. All right. This is the income part that is over. Let's go to the other part. First, salary to staff, 3,50,000. Is it okay to minus it? Yes. So go. These are my four incomes. I'm writing here salary to staff and 3,50,000. Next, taxes and insurance, 26,000. You can write taxes and insurance, 26,000. Keep minusing them. Next, entertainment expense. Now, guys, the assumption is entertainment, sir. It's only watching Dhurandhar 2 movie in the theater. No. Entertainment can be anything. Yes, so I'm assuming it's business unless I tell you it's something else. So this 1,10,000 is entertainment expenses for your office colleagues, lunch, dinner, etc. So I'm writing entertainment expense and 1,10,000. Next, purchase of television. Second time, guys, purchase of television will go to the balance sheet. I will only get depreciation, write depreciation on TV. And we don't know when it was bought, details, how it was bought. So I'm just putting a bracket. This is pending. So I'm writing a P here, pending. Gift to daughter-in-law. Guys, when you give to daughter-in-law, any income from that will club to you, but it's not part of your PGBP. So I'm not minusing it here. I'm just tick marking what all has been done here. This is over, this is over, this is over, this is over, this is over. Interest on loan for repair to property. Again, I'm assuming it's a business property. So can I take an interest reduction? Yes. So 65,000 here. Go here and write interest 65,000. Personal medical expenses 70 will not be a PGBP. Deposit in PPF will go to ATC. We can do it now only. Deposit in PPF. Here, leave some space and go to ATC. I'm writing here just above ATC 55,000. Personal and medical expenses done. Just tick mark. In the exam also got a tick mark whenever is over. Nursing home expenses 3,75,000. Professional facts expenses 1,20,000. Both of these are business expenses. 3,75,000, 1,20,000. So nursing home expenses 3,75,000. And the professional fees that you paid 1,20,000. These are all your PGBP expenses. Done. Just like that, guys. The table is almost coming to an end. Purchase of furniture at home, no impact, not even depreciation. Personal expenses, no impact, no depreciation. This is it. Let's move ahead. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Out of that, the first one is done. It is cash system. Second one, salary includes. That means you already minus in salary 60,000 paid to sister who is a qualified nurse. Paying to sister is not bad. She's a nurse. She deserves the money, but paid in cash. Cash more than 10,000 will be disallowed. So this 60,000 which you minus, you'll have to add back. So everyone, this is cash disallowance right here. Cash disallowance and add back 60,000. Or otherwise, whatever salary you minus 3,50,000, you can reduce it by 60,000 and make it 2,90,000. Your option. Next. Entertainment expense include 25,000 for dinner to doctors in a 5-star hotel. Perfect. The others also, I'm assuming it's related to business only. Interest on loan for repairs to property, which is 65,000. 40,000 is for residential property. I minus entire 65 here. So I can go here only. Out of 65, guys, I'll remove 40. So just cancel this number and write 25. And what about that 40 IFHP? So you'll have to make a new column here, IFHP. I don't know everything else, but I know interest is 40,000 rupees. Let's see what kind of property is it. Right now, I'm writing interest of 40,000. If it's SOP, LOP, we'll calculate ahead. Next. His daughter-in-law earned income 10,000 on the amount gifted as receipt. Now, guys, in computation of income, they've put clubbing of income also. So if this is a gift you've given to your daughter-in-law, then son's wife, will the income come back to you? Yes, 10,000. And will you minus 1,500 and all? No, that is only for minor child. So this 10,000 is coming back to you in IFOS. Everyone go to IFOS and write clubbed income 10,000. Fixed assets are as under. So they are basically telling you to calculate depreciation. Let's calculate nursing home 2,20,000 into 15%. If it's life saving, then you take 40%. So that is 33,000. Next, medical books are for including annual publication. 10,000 is 35,000. So 35,000 again into 40%. So the first depreciation was 33,000. How much is that? 14,000. So this is 33,000. Then it was 14,000. On laptop, 40,000 into 40%. 16,000. Add all the three numbers, 33,000 plus 14,000 plus 16,000. Total right now is 63,000. This is your depreciation till now. We've already minus depreciation of, no, we've not minus. So we have to minus depreciation. All right. Next, television purchase for nursing home on 21st September, put to use on 3rd October. Very important discussion. Guys, any asset put to use after 3rd October, you get half year's depreciation, if you remember. So this is 3rd October, so you'll get full year's depreciation. So let's go back to that purchase of television. Here. 48,000 was purchase of television. Take your calculators, 48,000 into 15%. Television is a plant and machinery, 7,200. Add these numbers, 63,000, 7,200. 70,200 looks like my depreciation till now. So let's go here and write depreciation 70,200. It's all okay? Yes, understanding? Yes. Perfect. So 70,200 is your depreciation. Next, television purchase. This is also done. We are at the last point. Good, guys, here. So this is done. This is done. Donated 10,000 towards PM Cares Fund. PM Cares Fund is in the first category. Guys, last time also was the first category. This time it's also first category. So if you don't remember ATG, at least remember the first category at full deduction. So this is PM Cares Fund, 10,000 rupees. Go to here, write ATG and 10,000. But have these been minused? No. They have not said that these have been minus. So if they were minus, then we would have added, but this is nothing, perfect. And anyways, it's a receipts and payments account. All right, so all of them done. Anything pending? Anything pending? Which one? Depreciation on TV we included here only. So that we can do a dash. Yes, we can put it as dash because we put it there only. Perfect. It's time to now, okay, IFHP. Now guys, they have given you interest on house, but they've not given you any rent. If it's not no rent, then guys, it will be SOP, and this interest is on repairs. So we'll assume it is SOP. So go to your house property, write SOP, and cancel this 40,000 and limit it to 30,000. Done guys, we are almost closing towards the numbers. So this final number is a loss of 30,000. Do it and circle it. Next, 21,000 plus 25 plus 1,500 plus 10,000. 57,500 and circle it. Next, 6 lakh 50, 85,000, 10 lakh 25,000, 45,000. These are my incomes. I'm just totaling the incomes. 18 lakh 5,000 is my income. From that, I'm minusing expenses. 3 lakh 50, 26,000, 1 lakh 10,000, 25,000, 3 lakh 75,000, 1 lakh 20,000. Cash disallowance of added 60,000 minus 70,200. 7 lakh 88,800. So this is my third income. Is that right? Add all these three, 7 lakh 88,800 plus 57,500 plus, sorry, minus 30,000. So my GTI is 8 lakh 16,300. You have to minus this 30,000. This is SOP. You can set it off. No problem. Always check for 3 hidden deductions. 80 TTA not there. 80 TTB not there. 80 GG not there. So this is 8 lakh 16,300 minus 55,000 minus 10,000. That is 7 lakh 51,300. This is my total income. Now, when you come to total income and the next step is tax liability, you have to just ask yourself, is there any CC income? Check guys, is there any casual income? Is a doctor, does he have casual income? Thankfully no. And does he have any capital gain also? No. So on this is very simple. He's 82 years old, so you can do tax liability. Do it with me. 82 years old means his basic exemption limit is 5 lakh. So up to 5 lakh it is 0. Then 5 lakh to 7 lakh 51,300 is 2 lakh 51,300. On the calculator, 2 lakh 51,300 into 20%. That is 50,260. Add both these numbers. Of course, this 50,260 plus surcharge. There is no surcharge. There is no rebate also, and only 4%. So you will add 4%, which comes to a final number tax of 52,270. Now this is what you have to pay, but there are so much TDS, so you'll minus it. So minus 5,000 minus 2,100 minus 2,500. So actually guys, doctor is getting a refund of 17,329. So we'll have to round it off. 329 will become 330. Now this is, let's see what are the two options. Compute the total income and tax payable by him as per the regular provisions. Assume that he has not opted. That means the old scheme. That is what we have done. Second, which is the reason why you should pay attention. What will be his total income and tax payable if he opts for presumption of section 44 ADA? Now in 44 ADA, my IFOS income is the same. My IFHP income is the same, but this income will change. So I will take my turnover. My turnover, everyone, 6 is 18 lakh. Everyone on the calculator, 18 lakh 5,000 into 50%. That is 9 lakh 2,500. So only this number will change. This will become 9 lakh 2,500. So we'll do the calculation again, and then we'll tell him which to follow. So I'm doing another calculation. 9 lakh 2,500 plus 57,500 minus 30,000. So your GTI suddenly becomes 9 lakh 30,000. From that same 55,000, from that same 10,000 you'll minus, and you'll get to total income. So total income is 8 lakh 65,000. Now let's calculate the tax. Up to 5 lakh is 0. From 5 lakh to 8 lakh 65, the gap is 3 lakh 65 into 20%. That is 73,000. You will add 4% and the total is 75,920. Obviously, this is higher, so you'll get less refund. If you minus 65,000, if you minus all these, I'm not writing it again, but if you minus these three TTSs, 65,000, 2,100 and 2,500, you will actually land up paying tax of 6,320, whereas here it was a refund, so obviously you will choose other than presumptive scheme. Yes. Now, this is just the start. We have to actually present it, and we will stop only after we present. So let's present. We have half an hour. We have just finished 15 minutes, and let's see if we can finish in some in half an hour. Let's start. Computation of total income and tax liability of Rohan for previous year 21-22, assessment year 22-23. Chalo, let's go, guys. Everyone, do this well. Present it. No, the idea is after this calculation, guys, you should not have any calculation while you're giving the fair answer. Yes, particulars amount. You have three heads of income. Let's start with the first one, IFHP. SOP, interest deduction up to 30,000 since loan for repairs, annual minus 30,000. Second, PGBP. Straight up incomes, there are four incomes. 5,85,000 divided by 90 into 100. You will show all these calculations. So 6,50,000. Another income, 10,25,000. Another income received in previous year 21-22, and he follows cash system of accounting. So that is 85,000. There is one more income. Can you tell me the number of that one last income? 45,000. That is a gift received. So it is 45,000. 18,05,000 I think was the number. Yes, okay. Less expenses. First one, salary, cash disallowed. So 3,50,000 minus 60, 2,90,000. As and when I remember, depreciation, working note 1, 70,200. Nursing home expense, 3,75,000. Professional fees, 1,20,000. I remember entertainment expense, 1,10,000. Interest on loan, 20,000, 25,000. Let's check if there is any other expense. Taxes is there, 26, and I think that's about it. Only taxes, 26,000. I've combined that cash disallowance in that salary only. So 3,50,000 minus 60, 2,90,000 I've done. So this is 7,88,800. Yes. The next one is IFOS. He had dividend income. We got honorarium income. Whatever I remember, this is interest on refund. And income clubbed. These were four incomes. Incomes clubbed under section 64.1 because daughter-in-law 64.1. So dividend income I think was 18,900. Is that 18,900? Divide by 90 into 100. That is 21,000. Honorarium was 22,500. This was how much? Okay, 22,500 divided by 90 into 100, 25,000. Interest on refund was 1,500. This was 10,000. Totals up to 57,500. Therefore, gross total income 8,16,300. Just confirm once. 8,16,300. We go to the next page for the deductions and the tax liability calculations from less deduction under chapter 6A. ATC, EPF contribution, I remember 55,000. ATG donation, I remember 10,000. So you'll minus 65,000. 7,51,300. This becomes my total income. And if you've forgotten, all your tax calculations can happen only after you got the total income. And here, thankfully, there was no CC income. But by the way, guys, these are exam questions. So if you're thinking this question does not have CC income, but mine will always have CC income, it's not right. Your also cannot have CC income, and this calculation will become very simple. Tax liability to 5 lakh since 80 years or more. Since 80 years or more, this is 0. Then up to 2,51,300 balance into 20%. 50,260. You add HEC 52,270. Less TDS under section 194. One was J, Generous Professionals, 2,500 honorarium. TDS under section 194 for dividend was 194. In fact, we can discuss the section immediately after. 2,100. And TDS under section 194J again on professional fees 65,000. So there's a refund. Therefore, 17,330. This is your first table. Please write computation of total income and tax liability as per presumptive. So we will do it as per presumptive. As the idea is not to do it all over again. So just for presumptive, I'll show you the presentation. First, income from house property. You will straight away minus 30,000 as above. Only for PGBP, you'll take the turnover, that is 18,05,000 into 50% under section 44 ADA. That is 9,02,500. And IFOS is the same as above. It is 57,500. This is 9,22,500. This is your GTI. Less deductions. Again, guys, you don't have to write all that. 9 lakh. How can it be 9 lakh 30? Okay, sorry, my bad. 9 lakh two. Oh, so that calculation 9 lakh 2,500 minus 30,000 plus 57,500. My bad. 9 lakh 30,000. Less deductions. Again, you can write as above and minus 65,000. 8 lakh 65,000 is my total income. Tax liability up to 5 lakh 0, above 5 lakh to 8 lakh 65,000 into 20%. 73,000. Total 73,000. You add HEC 4%. Get 75,920. Less TDS as above. 65,000, 2,500, 2,100. 69,600. You will minus that from 75,920. And tax payable is 6,320. I'm writing here. Thus, Rohan will opt for regular provisions and get a refund. The refund amount is here 17,330. All right, so this is a good sum, a big sum, and exact 9:59. What timing? Also half an hour. So if you can manage it in this much time, guys, it will be very smooth. Will I always get the right answer in the exam? No, but even if you get it wrong, guys, you will get marks for ATG, ADC, IFOS, IFHP, PGBP, whatever you've given right, and add the sections. How do you add the sections? Is at the end. If I were you and I had to add the sections, I would go back here, and in SOP interest, I would write here under section 24B. Next, if it's cash system of accounting, incomes, TDS, then I would write those TDS sections. Depreciation, then I will write section 32(1). Of course, that working note we forgot no depreciation. The working note will be very simple. You'll put the 4 books, plant and machinery, laptop, and television, and you multiply and get 70,200. And for laptop, you'll say that since it has been put to use on 3rd October, you'll get full year depreciation. So this is something that we are done with. We started it at about 9 o'clock. It's been an hour, but it's been a good hour. It's been a very productive hour. Doing this together helps, guys. Doing it alone, you might give up at the rough work. You say, why do I make it full, write it full? But if you can do it, at least for about few sums, my target is if overall in tax, if you can do about 20-30 sums writing in DT and 20-30 sums writing in GST, you are done. So 20-30 is too much, no? Yes, it's too much. But if you see what we've done from yesterday, we did 2 sums today. We did question number 1, May 23, and we did question number 1. This was which paper? November 22. Can you just check the heading? Which is this paper? November 22. So since yesterday only, we are done with so many questions. And by the end of today, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So about 14, 15 more, and guys, you will be done with DT. What is done with DT? Done with DT means the confidence of presentation. Then you keep learning, keep learning, keep learning. And of course, this month is not about learning anything new. This month is about learning and revising what you already know. All right. Guys, we'll do 5 more sections of TDS here. And then we might take a 5-minute break also. But let's do 5 more sections of TDS. TDS at one go is a task, not even for you. Even as an educator, when I teach, TDS at one go is a task for all of us. But we'll manage it in parts. We finished 194B, betting. 194BB, bigger betting. 194BA, betting app. 194N, notes. And 194DA, death amount. Then we did section 194I. We did 194IA, immovable property acquired. 194LA. We did 194H, we did 194D, and we did 194G. Now let's do 5 more sections very, very quickly. This is the payer, and this is not ordinary payer, guys. This is my payer, EY, and this is me, and this is the government. They said, EY, you have 192 employees in your office. Whenever you're paying them salary, can you deduct a small amount? Can you pay? And we'll call it what? TDS. The section we will put as section 192. So this is section, this is on payment basis. And if I don't give the PAN, then it is at MMR, maximum marginal rate. How do you calculate maximum marginal rate? Take the highest rate, 30%, highest surcharge, 37%, highest HEC, 4%, but that will not be in the exam anyways. And here there is no rate, there is average rate. What do you mean by average rate? In the exam, they will give you a person, Sourabh Mutha, and they will give you his incomes. You take his incomes, they will give you a loss also. You take that loss, you take the deductions, you take everything, and you calculate the final tax. That divided by 12 months is every month, that is the amount of TDS has to be paid to the government. Be careful, they can say Sourabh Mutha has opted for default tax regime. Then the slabs will change. So this is section 192, very, very simple. One more section done. This is one. Let's take the next one. This is section 192A, has been asked in the exam. An employee wants to do Aram. So he goes to his Provident Fund office and he tells the Provident Fund officer that, listen, can I remove the money? He says, listen, are you removing it after 5 years? After 5 years, if you remove, or if you're a statutory Provident Fund, no tax, it's exempt, so there will be no TDS. But if you withdraw within 5 years, the word is called premature. So if you withdraw within 5 months, 5 years, the government says, listen, TDS at the rate of 10%. How do you remember? Because in a PF account, you get generally 10% rate of return. So 10% TDS will go to the government. This is section 192A. But here there are some thresholds that only if you withdraw more than 50,000 in 5 years. For example, if I withdraw 10,000 every year, I've withdrawn money, still there will be no TDS. TDS is only if the withdrawal overall is more than 50,000. What if I withdraw 50,000 in the first year and second year again 50,000? Then I've withdrawn more than 50,000. Then on the entire 1 lakh, there will be TDS. When they give me that 50,000, on the entire 1 lakh, 10,000 they will deduct and pay to the government. Here also, if you give the PAN, otherwise there will be MMR. Otherwise, this is constant. This is perfectly okay. One more section down. This is section. This is the second one. Let's go to the third one. Very, very simple. This is a company, and the company is paying you dividend. We just discussed this right now. So if the company is paying you dividend, this is the third one we'll discuss. And the dividend that they are paying you is more than 10,000 rupees. Earlier it used to be 5,000. Now it is 10,000. The government says, can you deduct TDS at the rate of 10%? Please pay to us. Very simple. All these are very common incomes, and the TDS rate is 10%. This is section 194. Only 194. Now here, if it's cash dividend, sir, how do you get cash dividend? My company does not pay me cash dividend. Yes, if it's a private company, you go there and you take cash dividend, then the threshold is reduced or removed. So whatever dividend, there will be TDS at the rate of 10%. In the exam, how will you know? They will use a word called net. If they use the word called net, you have to gross it up and put in the income. We just solve the sum also on that. Next. This is not a company, this is a mutual fund. I don't know how to buy shares of a company, so I have a mutual fund, and the mutual fund is paying me income. The best mutual fund in India, you know, is Kotak Mutual Fund, 194K. And here also, if the amount is more than 10,000 rupees, TDS will be at the rate of 10%. Again, simple. This we are already at the fourth one. Let's tackle the fifth one. Very simple. We'll tackle a partnership firm. This is a partnership firm, and they are paying P salary. You know what is P salary? Partner salary, or they are paying P interest, that is partner's interest. Now, actually, salary should be on 192 because it's salary, but no, there's a separate section for it. They said, listen, all the partners trust each other. Section is 194T. And when you're paying partner salary or partner's interest, you don't go to other section like 192, etc. You will go to 194T. And if this salary is more than 20,000 rupees in a year, which generally will be because it's a very small amount, 20,000, then there will be TDS again at the rate of 10%. How do you remember T for 10 also? This 194T, T for 10 also, T for trust also. So another 5 sections, guys. We are done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 6, 11. 11 plus 5, 16 sections already done. Yes, that's great progress on TDS. I hope you're understanding. We'll take a small break. No, we won't. We'll continue. Yes. Or very small break, guys. Just like 5 minutes, and we'll come back. Again, we'll do one more sum. Again, we'll do 5 more sections of TDS. That's how we break it up. Not just for this, guys. Any chapter you find difficult, whether it's law, audit, any other subject also, break it up. Another place in tax where I break up is exemption. Exemptions you do at one go, you will be confused. Every chapter you finish of GST, you do 1-2 exemptions, and you'll be more comfortable understanding and learning exemptions. All right, we return in 5 minutes. And 10 is too soon. 10, 12. Perfect. 5 minutes. We don't have the time, too much time today. So hence we'll not take long breaks. We'll take small breaks in the middle and keep doing as much as we can. See you in 5 minutes. Okay, resuming at 10, 12, but got a little delayed. We are resuming now, but we have made such good progress. Honestly, I understand when you say that such chapter is important, difficult, but tedious is a chapter that you cannot miss. And even if it's big, we are managing well. And we will, after we finish all the 25 sections, back to back, we'll look at tedious sums and we'll see how good we are at doing those sums. Right now, it's time to look at another question. But let's try and do some MCQs this time. Yes, so I'm going to do some RTPs, recent RTPs, Jan 26 RTP, and let's see if you are able to get some MCQs here. This is a question where 1, 2, 3 MCQs are there, 4 MCQs are there, 5 MCQs, no, 4 MCQs, and 5 MCQs are there. Let's try and see if you're able to solve this MCQ kind of question. All right. In the exam, when an MCQ like this comes, how do you tackle it? I'll give you a little bit help. First, you don't start reading the MCQ, look at the options. So the options are here. Compute the income taxable under the head income from house property. So now I know I need to be very careful and compute his income from house property. So I have to keep reading for LOP, SOP, that kind of discussion. Next, compute the income under the head capital gain. Now, of course, our answer might change here because of indexation. So here now there is no capital gain, indexation, sorry. So we'll have to calculate capital gain. So IFHP, your I should be on IFHP or I should be on capital gain. Just 1 second. Battery is running low. Okay, back. Determine the amount of tax credit to the available Mr. Vivek for if tax has been deducted by the deductor. So in case there are some payments being made to Mr. Vivek, someone has deducted TDS. What is the TDS? So he can take credit. That's the third question. And the fourth question, he received some maturity proceeds from a policy. So this is basically LIC policy. There has been an amendment here. We'll talk about that amendment also while we discuss this. And last, this is the one which I will not do. If I was you in the exam and this was for 2 marks, I would not do it right now. I would of course try it once, but if I don't get the right answer, I would do everything else and come back, because this is tax liability. That means you have to calculate total income, then tax liability. And if it goes wrong, you'll be bothered. So this is something that I might not do. If I was in the exam immediately, I'll finish everything and come back for these 2 marks. Let's start. All right. Here we go. Mr. Vivek Malhotra, take a rough paper, guys, and keep writing whatever you feel is important. He's an Indian resident, has 4 residential properties in India. 2 of them are in Delhi. So I'm writing D1, Delhi 1 and Delhi 2. One which is self-occupied. So I'm writing Delhi 1 as SOP. You can also write it. Second, let out for monthly rent of 1,40,000. So this is LOP. And 1,40,000 is the monthly rent. To Mr. Sushil, a salaried individual. Till here, we are done. The other 2 properties are in Mumbai. So this is M1, M2. Everyone, please do M1, M2. To reduce his tax liability, he gifted one of the residential house properties in Mumbai to his wife, Mrs. Anika, and second one to his minor daughter. We know from IFHP chapter, guys, that even if you gift to your spouse and to minor daughter, the income will come back to you without adequate consideration in April 2024. Expected monthly rent of self-occupied property in Delhi. So in Delhi, this expected rent of self-occupied property, guys, does not matter, because for self-occupied property, the value is always 0. There is no expectation. Expected monthly rent of property in Mumbai is 75,000 each. He paid municipal tax amounted to 1,20,000 for let out property. So now, guys, I know that this one is let out. What about the Mumbai properties? Wife and to minor daughter without adequate consideration. Let's see what they are doing with the property. So till now, guys, we have only one LOP. Expected monthly rent of property in Mumbai, again expected. So they are saying this is also, yeah, this is also according to him SOP, and this is also according to him SOP. We'll figure out. He paid municipal taxes amounting to 1,20,000 for let out property. So municipal tax here I'm writing is 1,20,000. Just parking all the details and moving ahead. In addition, Vivek sold a plot of land in Bangalore for 49 lakhs, for which he had pays 1% as brokerage on the sale consideration. The stamp value of the property was 55 lakh. The plot of land was purchased by him in 1992 for 3 lakh. The fair market value, stamp duty value, and this is basically all of this will help you get your capital gain. Also, the person who's purchasing the property will have to be deducting TDS under, we have just discussed the section 194 IA, immovable property acquired. So let's put all the numbers here. SC, everyone do it with me. SC, expense, net sale consideration, COA, COI. All right, let's start. What is the sale consideration? Sold a plot of land for 49 lakhs. For which he had paid 1% as brokerage. The stamp duty value is 55 lakhs. So 49 lakh on the calculator into 10%. is 53,90,000, but my stamp duty value is higher, so we'll have to take the higher value. So this is 55 lakh. Which section tells you this? There's a section called section 50C in case you want to know the section. You paid 1% as brokerage, so 49 lakh everyone into 1% is 49,000 minus and put the sale consideration, that is 54 lakh 51,000. Next, cost of acquisition and cost of improvement. Cost of acquisition is basically the plot of land was purchased in 1992. Is it old fashioned? Yes, it's the second time in 2 days that we're looking at exam questions which are old fashioned. He purchased it for 3 lakh rupees. The fair market value on 1st April was 7.2. So 3 lakh was 7.2, but we can never be more than stamp duty value, that is 7 lakh. So cost of acquisition will be 7 lakh. Cost of improvement is nothing. So 54 lakh 51,000 minus 7 lakh is 47 lakh 51,000 is my long-term capital gain. Sir, what about indexation? As we discussed, there is no indexation while you calculate income. Indexation will only be when you pay your taxes. All right. Next, Vivek invested 12 lakh in RECL bonds on the 15th July. You have to invest in 6 months from the date of transfer. You transferred the land on the 19th of December. So December, Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June. What? People, this would be a very common mistake in the exam. You have to check for the 6 months. So your section is 54 EC, but will you get this deduction? No. Please write 54 EC, write dash and 47 lakh 51,000 because this will have to go to a working note. Of course, there's an MCQ, so there is no working note, but 47 lakh 51,000 is my long-term capital gain. On this long-term capital gain, there are two options. One, I can pay tax at the rate of 12.5%, or I can do Y20. We'll do that when we calculate the tax. Perfect. Was there an option? Compute the capital gain? Yes. So compute the capital gain. We already have an answer. What is the answer? 47 lakh 51,000. Everyone okay? Yes. All right. Next, here's some policies. Now let's talk about these life insurance policies, guys. Now life insurance policies have to be divided into 2 parts. One, any policy bought before 1/4/2023. And this policy before this period, guys, before 1/4/2023, you already know, if you pay low premium, great. If you pay high premium, taxable. But after 1/4/2023, that is in this period, guys, things have changed. Let's talk about this period now. If in the exam you have a policy on or after 1/4/2023, then for exemption, the premium should be low also, and the premium should be up to 5 lakh rupees. Let me explain. Your policy is 40 lakh rupees. 10% of that is 4 lakh. So if you're paying 4 lakh premium, is it okay? Yes. But if your policy is 60 lakh rupees and 10% is 6 lakh rupees, then still you're not low because you're paying policy of premium of more than 5 lakh rupees. Government's intention is very simple. They say that if you're rich, that you're paying more than 5 lakh premium, then you will also be taxed. So that is the intention of the government. Now, what if I have two policies? One is a 40 lakh policy where I'm paying 4 lakh. One is a 60 lakh policy where I'm paying 6 lakh. Total premium is 10 lakh. So, sir, will I get exemption? Yes. That one policy where the premium is up to 10% and 4 lakh, that will be exempt when you get the money back. The 6 lakh policy will not be exempt. So let's see here, what is the policy? If you understood this amendment, we've also discussed this in amendment video. He has taken life insurance policy on 15th May 2023. I'm writing policy A. This is on or after 1st April 2023. And this is policy B again later. So that means they are telling you to focus on the new concept for both these policies. Policies over 10 years with a sum assured of 35 lakh. So here it is 35 lakh and this is 25 lakh. What is the annual premium? Here it is annual premium is 3.5 lakh. Here the annual premium is 2.5 lakh. Now tell me, guys, are both within 10%? Yes. But if you total up the premium 3.5 and 2.5, it comes to 6 lakh rupees. So it's going above 5 lakh and hence both will not be exempt. Only one can be exempt. You be the smart one. Which one would you want as exempt? 35 lakh. Because if 35 lakh is exempt, then on only 25 lakh I'll have to pay tax. There's a question on that also. Let's finish that also. Here in 2033-34, Mr. Vivek received the maturity proceeds from both the policies of 40 lakh and 27 lakh respectively. Considering the most beneficial to Mr. Vivek, guys, from both the policies is exempt, absolutely wrong. The maturity proceeds from policy is exempt, but from policy B is taxable. This is the right answer. Policy A will be exempt, policy B you will pay tax. This is wrong and this is wrong. Yes. So again, recapping, now on 1st April 2023 and onwards, your question will be again on that only. The total aggregate policy, if the premium is more than 5 lakh. If both the premiums are up to 5 lakh, then you don't have to worry. But if it's more than 5 lakh, then you have to divide. So the government is telling people, listen, we are going to tax people who put a lot of money in these premiums. Yes, that's the intention. We'll finish this also. Determine the amount of tax credit available to Mr. Vivek. There are two tax credits, guys. First, for which year are they talking about? 24-25. So only one tax credit. Someone is paying him money. Here we go. This land. So section is 194 IA. Let's recap. There is a person who's paying Vivek some money. This is the payer, and he's paying some money. He's paying 49 lakh, but the stamp duty value is 55 lakh. So the TDS will be on 49 lakh or 55 lakh. We've already discussed this. The TDS will be on 55 lakh. So 55 lakh into 1%, that is 55,000 will be deducted and paid to the government. Can Mr. Vivek take a credit of that? Yes, he can take a credit. So the answer is here, 55,000 will be the amount of credit. Guys, this is how MCQs are solved. There is no separate preparation. Anyone who tells you that a separate preparation is basically trying to sell you an MCQ book. Yes, it's very, very simple. The more you practice, the more easier it is. Yes, all right. Now the first one, income from house property, is what we'll have to do. Let's see if there's any other information. Mr. Vivek has opted out of the default tax regime. That means the old tax regime. CII we'll see when you have to calculate the tax. But even without that, 3 MCQs are done. Let's go to the first one. Guys, in the first one, this SOP, the number is 0. I don't see any interest amounts at all. So this is 0. Let's calculate for LOP. The monthly rent is 1,40,000. So 1,40,000 into 12. That is 16,80,000. Everyone calculate 16,80,000. Calculator has to be ready. 16,80,000. Municipal tax for the let out property is 1,20,000, which has been paid. So you'll minus municipal tax. So 16,80,000 minus 1,20,000 gives you NAV of 15,60,000. From that, you minus standard deduction of 30%, that is 4,68,000. There is no interest, so you minus and tell me the final number, 10,92,000. Now 10,92,000, this is definitely my income LOP. Now there are 3 SOPs. Can a person have 3 SOPs? Absolutely not. So 2 of them will be SOPs and 1 will be DLOP. Now let's see the monthly rent. The monthly rent of the self-occupied property is 50,000 a year. And the expected monthly rent of property in Mumbai is 75,000. This is 75,000. This is 75,000. Now you tell me, if you had to offer one of them as income, which one would you offer as income? 50,000. So this is SOP. The number is 0. This is SOP. The number is 0. But this is DLOP. We'll have to calculate. For DLOP, the same 50,000 into 12, 6 lakh. There is no municipal tax here, I think. Municipal tax for let out property is 1,20,000 they've given you. There they've not given you any municipal tax, so it's 6 lakh, just minus 30% and 4,20,000. 4,20,000 plus 10,92,000. This 15,12,000. This should be my income from house property. 15,12,000 is my income from house property. This is where we are. Of course, tax liability we can calculate, but I don't want to spend that time right now on doing the tax liability calculation. If you want, we'll try. Let's put the 5 heads of income: salary, house property, PGBP, capital gain, IFOs. Let's put the number. Salary was 0. House property we just calculated was 15,12,000. In this case, there was no, he is opted out of the default tax regime, so old regime. PGBP was nothing. Capital gain we had already calculated was how much, guys? 47,51,000. 47,51,000. And IFOS income was nothing. That was in 33, you are getting the maturity proceeds. So total income is 15,12,000 plus 47,51,000 is 62,63,000. Now guys, there will be surcharge, headache also, a lot of things here. So I would suggest, if this comes in the paper, leave this 2 marks, move ahead, come back later. But since we are here, let's do this. Now your total income is 62,63,000. Does it have any CC income? Check. There is no casual income, but there is capital gain. So we'll have to segregate that. So we'll segregate both of that, everyone. So this is house property, 15,12,000, always segregated. And this is 47,51,000. What is his age? Let's check his age. Vivek. They have not given his age. So we are going to assume he's below 60 years. Yeah, they have not given his age. So we are assuming he's below 60 years. Let's calculate the tax liability here. So it's 0, 12,500, 1 lakh, and on 5,12,000 into 30%. 1,53,600. Total it up. 2 lakh. So 112,500 plus 153,600. So that is 2,66,100. Now here is capital gain. As capital gain, there are two options. So we'll have to do both the option and then only see which option is more suited to us. The first option is very simple. You take this number 47,51,000 into 12.5%. So 4751 into 12.5% is 5,93,875. This is the basic tax. This is option number 1. And option number 2, for that we'll have to again make the cost. So let's go back to the calculation. Your cost was 7 lakh. This will change. So let's change this cost and see what is the final number now. Your cost was actually 7 lakh. This 7 lakh will have to index, divide by 100 into 363. So 7 lakh divide by 100 into 363, which is 25,41,000. Is that the number? 7 lakh. Let's do it again. 7 lakh divide by 100 into 363. 25,41,000. Just check again. 7 lakh divide by 100 into 363. And this minus 54,51,000. 5451 minus 2541 is 29,10,000. This is the index cost into 20%. So this is the second option, guys. This is 5,82,000. You will obviously take the second option. So here it is 5,82,000. No basic exemption limit here. And this is 2,66,100. Add both these numbers. 8,48,100. But obviously there will be surcharge here because it's more than 50 lakh rupees. So 10% surcharge. So into 10%. 84,810. 9,32,910 into this will be 4% plus is equal to 9,70,226, which is 230. From that, compute the tax liability. You have a TDS of 55,000. You will minus that 55,000. You'll get 9,15,220, 230. Let's see the option. 9,32,330. This is the closest, or 9,07,000. No, I'm just saying. Now let's check if we've gone somewhere anything wrong. 1% brokerage, 35,000. What has he sold? He has sold a plot of land in Bangalore, bought before 2024, sold after 2024. Optional tax regime. But I'm just checking here only if we get the option. Alright, let's check the solution. Let's see where we've gone wrong, or if there is a change in the provision. This is, which is the question? This is the first one only. Oh, this is an MCQ. No, they'll not give the option. They'll not explain. They've only given the right answers, no? Do they explain it? No. Yeah. 9,18,750. This is the one which we are at. Now let's see where we've gone wrong. 2 lakh, there can be nothing wrong here. Have they given his age, which we've not got it? Yes, he's taken some policies, and on that we are paying some premium. So maybe there is a deduction which we missed out, 80C deduction. So I'll tell you what we'll have to do. This number will have to be reduced. Let's try one more. 62, 63 will have to be reduced by 1,50,000. This is the premium deduction for life insurance. Let's try it again. 62, 63,000 minus 1,50,000 will give you 61,13,000. Let's split it. My capital gain was how much? Oh no, my capital gain was a different number. 4751. So 4751, 61,13,000 minus 4751,000. So that will give me 13,62,000. Let's again do the calculation. 0, 12,500, 1 lakh, 3,62,000 into 30%. 1,08,600. We'll total it up. 2,21,100. Here it remains the same, 5,82,000. Let's add both, 5,82,000. So it gives 8,03,100. There is of course surcharge here also. 8,83,410 into 104%. So 8,83,410 into 104%. That is 9,18,750. Is that the number? Yes. Actually, this is also wrong because this tax liability actually is this minus the TDS. So that is 55,000. So that is the actual right answer. But anyways, so this is what is. Now again, I could go wrong. You could go wrong. Anyone can go wrong in this. But what you have to be in mind, keep in mind that the 4 options were right. And take those 8 marks, take those 6 marks and move ahead. For these 2 marks, if you do so much, and what happens here is the moment you get something wrong, suddenly your tangent, your mind switch it off. So keep your mind on, move to other question. And I'm just suggesting you guys here, if it's a tax liability question, not total income you'll still get, but if it's a tax liability question, then you have to do it right at the end. New things we learned this time, that you have to invest the money in 6 months. That this indexation, again, this is a second sum. Yesterday we did one sum, this is the second sum which we did on indexation. This is a very good RTP, Jan 26, question number 1. I'm adding it here, something that we did. This is question number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are, I think 5, no 4, 5 MCQs. This is Jan 26 MCQs. Perfect. This is also something that we've done. These are actually 5 different questions. If you think about it, there was one capital gain, there was one IFHP. Even IFHP was very different. There were 4 houses, DLOP concept. So the more new sums you do, and you don't need to go to any book for new sums. I see randomly people sending me sums. There is some Mr. Virat Kohli, Mr. Rohit. You don't need to go to these sums. Creative sums by different faculties are great. I appreciate their effort. But why are you going to different sum when ICI gives you so much of variety in their papers? You just go back a few years, go to RTPs, MTPs, and it's not possible for someone who have done all RTPs and MTPs. Last 5 years RTPs, MTPs a lot. Last 5 years, previous years are a lot. So if you go through that, more or less, you'll get the entire variety which you'll find in the exam as well. No problem. This is Jan 26 RTP. Yeah, Jan 26 RTP. Okay. We now go ahead and do 5 more sections. Let's see if there are actually 5 more sections to be done. Let's see the sections to be finished. 194B. Let's recap. BB, BA, 194N, 194 DA. Then we did 194I, IA, LA, 194D, 194H helper, and 194G. Then we did salary 192, PF withdrawal 192A, we did trust, we did dividend, and we did 194K. Now we are going to do one simple but 2 very important ones. We'll do 5 again. Let's try and see which is this. First, this is the payer. This is Taj Hotel. This is Samsung. Now Samsung is going to come out with a Fold 8 in the next 1-2 months. And this is some influencer. Let's say this is a tech influencer or anyone who, for a business or profession, if you're getting a gift. If you remember some Rohan, he also got a gift 45,000 in relation to business and profession. Anyone who gets a gift that's in kind more than 20,000 in the whole year in relation to his business and profession, the person who's paying, please deduct 10% and pay to the government. This is TDS at the rate of 10%. And this is the shortcut was 194R reels. Here, again, it's the threshold is 20,000, TDS rate is 10%. But just keep this in mind that if you are a small individual, example, you are someone who runs a small bakery and you're sending some cupcakes to a food influencer, then in all these cases, it is not applicable to small individuals, small HUF. So this is one more section, that is 194R. Now we'll go to the next one. This is the payer. And this is me. I had bought a cryptocurrency and I had sold it, and this is applicable to me. So this is speculation. So if I'm selling my cryptocurrency and someone is buying it, generally where do you sell it? I sold it on an exchange. You always sell it on an exchange. And whenever that person is paying you, they will deduct TDS under section 194S. The TDS rate is 1% because everyone would like to buy at least one crypto. They don't call it cryptocurrency. They call it virtual digital asset. It includes cryptocurrencies, Bitcoins. They can give you anything. They can give you NFTs in the exam. The moment it is 194S speculation, the TDS rate will be 1%. And this if the amount of transaction is more than 10,000 rupees. So only if it's more than 10,000 rupees. Now there is another limit here. If you don't sell it on the exchange and you sell it to another friend of yours offline, that means not on the exchange, then the limit is 50,000. So this is if a small individual, small HF is buying, then only if he's paying you more than 50,000 rupees. What they're trying to limit here is that small transactions, they are trying to say on that there is no TDS. So this is section 194S, speculation, VDA. This is the second section that we've done. One done, two done. We go to the next one. This is the payer. This is Yeshas Academy, or this is any payer, and he's paying to a contractor. This is a contractor, very, very important, very common in the exam. And he's paying to some contractor. Whenever he pays to the contractor, the government says, can you deduct a small amount and can you pay to me TDS at the rate of 1% or 2%? Generally, it is 2%, but if the contractor, if the contractor is an individual HF, then you will deduct only 1%. Here, this is section 194C when you're paying to a contractor. This is basic. Now let's add some more amounts. The threshold is if you pay more than 30,000. So people are smart in India. They will only pay 29 or exactly 30. So they said that if you pay 30, you are smart. But if in the whole year, if that exceeds 1 lakh rupees also, then there will be TDS. So let's take an example of this. I first paid 30, no TDS. I paid another 30, no TDS. I paid another 30, no TDS. I paid the fourth 30. Now it is increased. 30 is not crossed, but 1 lakh Lakshman Rekha has been crossed. So in the entire 1 lakh 20, it will be 2%. That is 2,400. So when I'm paying the last 30,000, I'll have to minus 2,400. That means, guys, once you cross the threshold, TDS will be on the entire amount in the whole year paid to a particular person. This is 194C. But there are some very important exceptions. Small personal limit. If you are paying up to the limit of 30,000 and 1 lakh, please don't deduct any TDS. The government is not taking TDS on small payments. Next, if you are giving this contract for a personal purpose like your wedding, etc., then in that case, there is no TDS. And if you're a small individual, small HUF, that means your turnover of business last year is up to 1 crore, professional up to 50 lakh. Now, this is where people get confused a lot. This small individual. So I'll give you a shortcut. If in the exam there is any individual HUF, they are small. If you are a CEO of a company also, you're a small individual, unless you have business and profession more than 1 crore, more than 50 lakh. That's the first exception here. In these three cases, there will be no TDS. 194C will not apply. Next, if you are purchasing something, then TDS will not apply here. That means if I go and purchase new benches for the academy, there is no TDS. But on the other hand, if it's works contract, the word only says contract. That means I'm giving specifications also and I'm giving the main material also. SM is a shortcut. Then in that case, on a works contract, there will be TDS. On purchase, there is no TDS. Next. If I'm doing some renting of warehouse, etc., there is no TDS under 194C. It will be rent 194I. But if I take some cold storage, in cold storage or in warehousing services, in that there is not just rent, they are giving you services, loading, unloading, record keeping, etc. Then that's a contract, section 194C. So this will apply, 194C will apply. Next, if I'm Indigo Airlines and I land my flight, these are all important exceptions. If I land my flight and I park it, then on the landing and parking, it's a service, it's a contract, so the 194C will apply. And last, guys, if you are paying to a goods transporter, GTA, that guy who's on the highway always, and he has 10 goods carriages only, up to 10 goods carriages, that means he's a small guy and he gives you a span also, then please don't deduct TDS. These are very important exceptions. 194C is really, really important. This is 194C. So just repeating the exceptions: small personal limit, no TDS; purchase, no TDS; on pure renting, this no TDS here, but on 194I it will apply; and GTA up to 10 goods carriage, but he has to give a span. But if he doesn't give a span, then he's stupid, because the TDS will be at 20%. This is the third one. Very, very important. This is the reason 194C is the reason people give up TDS. They feel, oh, it's so complicated. So do it in parts. Let's do the next one. Guys, again, you're a payer. We are looking at the fourth one now. And you're paying to a professional. The government says there are 5 professionals, P, T, N, R, D. You can pay to a normal professional like CS. You can pay to technical professionals. You can pay non-compete fee. You can pay for royalties, and you can pay to directors. When you pay them more than 50,000 rupees, this earlier used to be 30,000. Now the limit has increased to 50,000. Then the government says, can you deduct TDS and give at the rate of 10%? How do you remember? This section is 194J, jealous professional, one shortcut. Second, it takes at least 10 years to become a good professional. So that's why TDS rate is 10%. This TDS rate will be 2% if you're paying for a call center. If you're paying for movie royalty basically when Netflix and all get a movie, not television, movie. And if it's basically technical services, then the TDS rate will be only 2%. Here also there are some exceptions. Small personal limit. If you're a limit of 50,000, if you're paying, there is no TDS. But this limit does not apply to directors. That means what, sir? That means to a director in the exam, this has come very often. To a director, if you're paying professional fees, doesn't matter what you're paying, there will be TDS. For personal purpose, example, you're paying a lawyer, but for a divorce case, then there is no TDS. And if you're a small individual, small HUF, don't worry about this. There will be no TDS. This is an exception in 194J. Now 194J is very particular because if I'm paying to the same person for professional fees also and royalty also, then they say it's per category it should be more than 50,000. This is an exception. Everywhere else there has been no per category, only here there is per category. So in the exam they say to the same person you're paying professional also, royalty also, then per category only if it increases more than 50,000, then only there will be TDS. This is section 194J. Again, absolutely banger guys. This is something very important and you will find this 194J, 194C very commonly in the exam. This is the fourth one. We'll do the fifth and we'll do a bonus sixth one also. Guys, this one is a payer, but he's a very different payer. Finally, we're talking about small individual, small HUF. Now, this guy is very relaxed because whenever he's paying rent, you told him that 194I will not apply when you pay rent. So he was very happy that 194I will not apply, but he started taking rent, and he took a rent on land and building on rent, but it's a very beautiful apartment. It's a very big and beautiful apartment. Then the government said, listen, you're a small individual, you should pay small payments. If you make big payment, that means if your rent is more than 50,000 rupees a month, then section 194I was not applicable to you, but now we will apply section 194IB, immovable property that is big and beautiful. This section is only for small individuals. So in the exam, small individual will not go to 194I, will go to 194IB. But now the limit is almost the same. There also it's 50,000, here also it's 50,000. So maybe they'll combine the two, but for your exam it's different. The TDS rate is 2%. It's earlier used to be 5%. The shortcut of small individual was 5 feet, but now it is 2 feet. How will you remember 2 feet? It's absurd. So you'll think about it. There are two people, small individual, small HUF. So that's why 2%. Any exceptions here? Yes. Here you don't have to deduct monthly. Example, if I've taken a house on rent and I'm paying monthly, in the last month, I have to deduct the entire TDS. So example, if I'm paying 60,000 every month, so 60,000 into 12, 7 lakh 20. So when I pay last month's rent, 60,000 on 7 lakh 20, I will deduct 2%. That is 14,400. So last month when I pay 60,000, I'll minus 14,400. But if they don't give me TDS, sorry, PAN, then it will be 20%. And if that increases more than my rent, then at least up to the rent I have to deduct and pay to the government. Next. Again, I am two people. And I'm paying to a contractor. But 194C will not apply. I'm paying to a professional, 194J will not apply. I'm paying to a helper, 194H will not apply. So I'm really happy because these three sections don't apply to me. But the government says don't misuse this. If you make a payment, small payment, no problem. But if you make a payment to these three people, more than 50 lakh to each one of them, more than 50 lakh individually, then the government says we will want TDS at the rate of 2%. So if I pay to a contractor 20 lakh rupees, no problem. Another 20 lakh, no problem. Another 20 lakh, yes, I've crossed the threshold of 50 lakh rupees in the year, and then there will be TDS. Again 2% because there are two people, individuals and HUF. So remember, this is called just can't help. So if you're paying for a professional or a contractor or a helper, and if you're paying more than 50 lakh rupees, then TDS at the rate of 2%. How I remember this fifth and sixth provision, that the moment I see small individual, small HUF, I will check for these sections more. This section is called 194M. So we finished 5 more sections, 194M, 194IB, very difficult, 194C, 194J, and 194R reels. And with that, I think we've reached about 22 sections of TDS in no time. The live only has been 1 hour 40 minutes and we've done so many sections and we've done sums in proper writing. So honestly guys, it's a myth that TDS takes like whole day, 2 days, etc. We're doing it in no time. Of course, we're not doing all the details. Like most of them is payment or credit, whichever is earlier. If you don't deduct PAN, if you don't give PAN, TDS is 20%. All that I'm not giving again and again because I'm assuming you know all that. Perfect. Now it's time to get back and we'll try and see another question. RTP was good. In Jan 26 paper only, let's see if we can do some more. This is a very good question. This is a person who's an HR manager 15 years. Areas, I'm telling you guys, these kind of questions will not come in the exam because there are not too many calculations. In RTP, it's great to have it. But in real life, even if you get an areas question in the exam, try and skip that and move to the other one. Because areas will require a lot of calculation. I'll talk to you about areas, but it's not something that is important. We'll talk about this question in some time. If you see the calculation only here, guys, see, they've given you last 3 years rates. Yes, and honestly, so sir, what if this question comes? That's the reason you have options. Yes. So the first question you will do, then you will do the TDS part. If this comes, then besides the areas, you will solve everything else, and you will still get marks. So imagine this sum comes for 6 marks, and you do everything else and not do areas, you will not get 2 marks, but at least you will get 4 marks. But if you do areas right now, 1 month before the exam, and you spoil your preparation, you will not get those 10, 12, 15 marks for these 2 marks, which may also not come in the exam. Areas, by the way, has never come in the exam. Just saying. It's a very good sum. This compute the total income of K, assuming that he exercises the option of shifting out of the default tax regime. Assume Mr. K's total income, excluding minors income, is higher than that of his wife. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6 options are there. And this is K, who's a 48-year-old individual. The details of his income. I can see income, but I can also see losses. Guys, this is a really good question. Yesterday we did a sum on set off. This is also a really good question on set off. I'm going to discuss it with you, then give you 5 minutes to do the rough work, and then we will discuss it together as well. 2 businesses. Where will this go? Normal business. What is this? Speculative loss. You know, we've done speculative loss. Speculative loss is unique blood. Next, a loss of 2,15,000 from let out property. Earned an income of 50,000 from owning and maintaining racehorses. Incurred an expense of 5,000 for earning this income from owning and maintaining racehorse. Now let me explain. Good concept. If I go and to a casino and I pay 10,000 rupees and I win 1 lakh rupees, the government will tax me on 1 lakh. Deductions are not allowed. But in OM horses, you can minus a deduction. So example, my income is 50,000. My expense is 5. So my net income will be 45,000. This is only exception for owning and maintaining racehorses, because here you're not betting. You're actually maintaining the horse. So expenses are allowed. There is short-term capital gain. And there is long-term capital loss. So there is long-term capital loss, which is unique blood, which cannot be set off from short-term capital gain. Just saying. Mr. K took divorce from his wife. Very, very sad news. Very sad to hear. In April 2024, in the middle of this year, while we're solving, and the custody of the minor is given to Mrs. K. Guys, if the custody is given to her, then it will not come back to you. Even though your income is higher, the income will not come back to you. Following the divorce, he transferred ownership of house property to his wife. Now, in that case, if you transfer house, if you remember, exception AS. If you transfer house to your spouse, and if she pays added consideration or separation, then the income will not come back. Then the property rental income will not come back to you. What have they asked you to calculate? Compute income of Mr. K, not Mrs. K. So this income will not come back. He contributed 2 lakh to the electoral trust, an advertisement in a political party brochure. This is not allowed in PGBP. But if you're a company, who is this person? Is not a company, so he will not even get 80 GGB. Let's recap. If you make political donations or electoral donations, there are 2 deductions: 80 GGC, 80 GGB. B is for big, bada donations by companies, and this is chota donations for individuals. He's a chota person, so that 2 lakh for donate electoral trust will be under 80 GGC. This 30,000, sorry, you will not get a deduction. Even in 80 GGC, you will not get a deduction. Excellent question, guys. He authored a book. Now it's a good time to revise 80 QQB. I'm very happy the way we are doing these questions, because we are revising very important concepts. 80 QQB quality books. If you remember, you were an author and you wrote a book and you earned royalty income. That royalty income here is 4,10,000. You will first take it to PGBP. The expense for earning this book is 60. So 4,10,000 minus 60. If you can do this maths, 4,10,000 minus 60. 3,50,000 will go to your PGBP. But the government says, listen, thank you for writing a book. We'll give you a deduction under 80 QQB. Up to 3 lakh rupees, they'll give you a deduction. That 3 lakh rupees you can minus. But there are conditions. First, it should be up to 15%. Now here the royalty is 16%. So first step, you'll make 15% of the royalty. So 4,10,000, if you do 16%, 4,10,000 divided by 16 into 15. 3,84,375. That's the first step. Second step, whatever is received in India, 2,90,000 was remitted to India. So second step is not a big amount, it's 2,90,000, and whichever is lower, 2,90,000 will go to step number 3. But they have already given you a deduction of 60,000. So 2,90,000 minus 60 will be the deduction. This is a great sum on total income computation. Yes, I would want you all to spend the next 5-10 minutes to do this sum in rough work. How do you do this? Make different tables like PGBP, IFOS, etc. Go to GTI, minus the deductions, and get the total income. We don't need to calculate the tax. We just need to calculate the total income. I think it's an excellent sum, very refreshing, very different sum. Over to you. I'm keeping this on the screen, these 5 points. And then once we're done with these 5 points, You can have a look at these 2 points as well. Yes. I'm zooming out so that all these points are on the screen. This is the sum. I'm just putting the details. You have to do anyways rough work. I'm just showing you that this is Mr. K. He's following the old regime. He's 48 years old. The previous year is 24, 25. Over to you all guys. This is 6 points which you will need to now focus on. You minus all the losses, etc. You tell me the total income and the losses that are to be carried forward. We'll talk again in exactly 5 minutes from now. Over to you. Yes, try. There are some losses. Some losses will be carried forward. I know speculation will be carried forward. Other losses, there are profits. You don't have to worry about tax, only total income. Yes. Okay, so looks like we are making good progress. Let's try and discuss it. If this came in the exam, how would you present it? Computation, we'll just do a oral calculation computation of total income of Mr. K, assuming that he is in the optional tax regime. And we'll try and do this. We'll put some different heads of income. First one is PGBP. Manufacturing business profit is 10 lakh rupees. So I'm writing here normal business 10 lakh rupees. Speculative business, always leave some space. Speculative business, there is a loss of 7 lakh rupees. This is unique blood. We've done the sum. So I know this will be carried forward and I'm putting a star mark here. Then this is done. Then there are different heads of income. This is IFHP. In IFHP, he has a loss of 2 lakh 15 from a let out property. So that 2 lakh 15 loss, I can set it off. I can set it from salaries, any head. I can see 10 lakh here. So I can minus it 2 lakh from here also. So this 10 lakh becomes 8 lakh. And this 2 lakh 15 becomes a 15,000 rupees loss, which have to be carried forward. Next year, it can only be set off against house property. And also earned an income of 50,000 from activity. This is IFOS. IFOS 50,000 minus 5 is 45,000. This is OM horses, but this is not a loss, so I'm not putting any unique blood symbol. Second point also done. Third point, capital gain. If you have a short-term capital gain, how do you know? Short-term capital gain is given only, otherwise you have to see the date. So this is short-term capital gain of how many thousand? 50,000. And they have a long-term capital loss of 75,000. So long-term capital loss is 75,000. This is unique blood. I don't think we have any other long-term, so this will be carried forward. So there are 3 carry forwards till now. Divorced from his wife, so this will be a working note that this income will not come back because of separation. And you will quote the section called section 27, where it is deemed ownership. So this also is done. This also is done. He deposited cash of 50,000 every month into the bank of his minor son during the year 24-25. Interest income 25,000 is generated into his son's bank account. Ideally, guys, when it's a minor child, it goes to the parent who have higher income. And they've told also here that K has higher income. Total income is higher, but now it's separation. So this is a very important case where after the minor son's custody is given to the spouse, the income will not come back to you. It will go in the hands of the spouse only. So again, this is a working note on minor child. So this is, you can quote section 64(1)(a) and you can quote that minor child ka note. Next, he contributed 2 lakh to electoral trust. So that is a deduction. So from total income, you will get a deduction, gross total income under 80 GGC, and he has contributed 2 lakh rupees. So this is 2 lakh rupees. And this 30,000 advertisement will be a working note. Next, he authored an investment portfolio book and received royalty of 4 lakh 10. 4 lakh 10 minus 60. This will go under PGBP. I'm writing here normal business 3 lakh 50,000. But from that, guys, you will get a deduction under 80 QQB. Step number 1, step number 2. I know step number 2 was 2 lakh 90, which is a lower one, minus 60. So deduction of 2 lakh 30,000 is here. So this is the numbers. Now let's add all these numbers. So there is 8 lakh number first, then 3 lakh 50 number. Then IFHP was a loss. IFOS 45,000 is a positive number. Capital gain 50,000 is a positive number. So my total income or gross total income becomes 12 lakh 45,000. From that, always check for hidden deductions. TTA is not there. TTB is not there. 80 GG is not there. So I'll minus this 12 lakh 45 minus 2 lakh minus 2 lakh 30. This is because he is opted for the old regime. If you opted for the new regime, then there would be some changes. We can discuss that also if you want. So the final answer is 8 lakh 15,000. No problem. So answer will be the same ultimately. Yes. All right. Here we go. The answer. Let's check. This is the question. Yeah, this is the one. This is K. We've got 8 lakh 15 as the final answer. Let's check if they've also got 8 lakh 15. Yes. Now, guys, author. What I would feel is that if you're getting out of your total income 8 lakh 15, if 4 lakh is coming from a royalty, then that also could be a main business. So you can assume anything and that will also be the right answer. No, you don't have to give a note, but there will be definitely a note of for 80 QQB. See, we also saw this. We also saw this, whichever is lower, minus 60,000. We got this answer. So this, there's an important note. Where there will be a note on that wife income. So here, interest income son's bank will be included in the income of his wife because he's maintaining the child. This 5,000 is a very good concept. 5,000 you could minus here. Long term, short term is something that you already know. And house property will not come back to you because it is after connection with living apart. Perfect, guys. Good sum. This is another really nice question. This was question number from a Jan 26 RTP, question number 8. So let's write that question number 8. Guys, what I've noticed is most of these sums, there's something new that we are learning in all these sums. So that is a good thing. Question number 8, again done. I'm not presenting this because this is honestly in presentation, it's not very difficult. We've also mentally presented it. You can minus the losses, carry forward, working notes have to be there. We'll try and use this time for another question now. We've been in class for almost about 2 hours. We've taken about 10 minutes, 7 minutes break in the middle, which is good. We're not taking too many breaks as well. We'll do one more sum. Let's get back to ICI papers. Let's see, May 25. This is an excellent question, May 25. This is for 15 marks. Let's read the last line and let's try and solve it. Compute the total income of SC Bose under the default tax regime 115 BSE. It's good because we need to solve sums on default tax regime and the optional tax regime. In this, we'll first do optional and then I'll tell you how to switch to default tax regime. Let's have a look. But of course, having a look means also not wasting time and straight away doing the rough work as well. Let's start with the rough work as well. You will also take a paper, rough paper, and you will start this rough work. Of course, because we are presenting in fair also, you can do it in your fair book as well. Let's start. This is SC Bose. We'll do this sum and then we'll take a 15-minute break. So we get good amount of time as a break also. Eat something, come back, and then we can continue. Let's start. This is HC Bose. This is question number 1, May 25. 62 years, widow of a public sector employee. So 62 years and the year is 24-25. Quickly write 62, previous year 24-25. And we are first solving it as per the old regime. So old, you have to write old year. See, Bose is also old, 62 years and also old regime. Yes. Perfect. Next, she earns income from business of running a flower bouquet shop. Very interesting business, flower bouquet shop in Calcutta. And earns royalty from writing books. What an interesting person. 62-year-old, runs a flower shop, is writing books of science. I don't know how that connection is. Sells it in India also and abroad also. Very interesting. And is also a widow of public sector employee. So you'll get a family pension also. So very diverse incomes. These kind of questions are really nice for you to get your understanding stronger. P&L account is already given. So let's go to the last number. The last number is 20,69,000. Let's start. Now guys, I don't know about you, but at least if I was a student and I'd done so many questions in 2 days, I would get a sense that I know these kind of questions and I can attempt it well. So we'll start with the profit number, which is 20,69,000. Let's see if all looks good here. Sales of flower bouquet. Yes. Family pension. This will not go into PGBP. So you have to remove it and put it to IFOS. So this will 3,60,000. We'll have to remove it here. So you can write F pension. 3,60,000. Remove it from here. And go to IFOS here. And put 3,60,000. Of course, there's a deduction also, but that we'll discuss when we discuss IFOS. Royalty from California University, of books sold, foreign exchange brought into India, 4,25,000. Now it's an option. Again, paper. Now because she is definitely into flower business, so we can take this royalty here. This is family pension, so I'm writing pension is here. And this is royalty. Leave some space out of pension because there's a deduction. Royalty of 4,25,000. And I know, so that we should not forget, you can write 80 QQB here. Starting only 80 QQB. Next is dividend, 4,20,000. Yes, 4,25,000 will have to be removed from here. So 4,20,000. Next is dividend, 4,50,000. So remove it. So this is dividend income. And dividend will also come here. So dividend. But its net amount, we already discussed, 4,50,000 divided by 90 into 100. That is 5 lakh rupees will be dividend income. And that 50,000 is TDS, which we can minus. You can write your TDS. TDS should always be very bottom at the bottom because that's the last thing you'll minus. That is 50,000. This was TDS under section 194. It was dividend. We move to interest on fixed deposit, 76,000, no tax deducted. So interest on FD, 76, go to IFOS. Interest on FD, 76,000. Now you know this is a person who's old 60 years and more, and they are basically having FD interest, so there will be a deduction on 80 TTB. You can take 50,000 deduction 80 TTB. Don't do that later, guys, immediately. Otherwise, this is very common to forget. So we'll write it immediately TTB and put it in a bracket. We'll minus it. By closing stock is not a part of our income and expense. Opening stock also no. Purchase is perfect. Salaries is okay. Expenses relating to books authored by her, 75. You minus it in PGBP. So what we'll do is we'll add it from here. Add royalty expense, 70,000. And under royalty will minus 70,000. So 4,25,000 minus 70,000. So royalty income right now is 3,55,000. That is a net income. This is 75. My bad, guys. 75. Change this 70 to 75. This is 350. All right, good sum, guys. Keep it up. Continue. 75 done. Expenses in connection with dividend. Now, guys, expenses in connection with dividend will never go into PGBP. So we'll first have to minus it from PGB. So write dividend expense. You'll have to add it back 12,000. And when you go to dividend, guys, dividend only one deduction is allowed. That too interest. If you bought those shares on a loan, then the interest up to 20% of the dividend amount is allowed. So this will not go here, guys. This is the dash. This 12,000 is not allowed. From PGBP also we added it back, and IFOS you cannot minus it. Very, very important concept. Repairs and maintenance, okay. Amount paid to IIT, okay. Computer and other electronic items purchased on 2024. This is a capital expense. You cannot minus. This is the third time we are discussing it. So 4,50,000. Please write capital expense, and you have to add it. But you will get depreciation on computers, etc., and we'll keep it pending. This is where we are. Purchase computer and other electronic items. I think 40% will be the rate, and full year or half year, 1 December. So you'll get only half year. Additional information. Purchases include, that means you minus 2 lakhs relating to flowers and creepers directly purchased from a farmer in cash. If you remember, guys, you cannot pay more than cash of 10,000, but there are 5 exceptions: A, B, C, D, E. A is if you're paying to agriculturalists directly. More than 10,000 is perfectly okay. So what is the impact on this, guys? No impact. Next, repairs and maintenance includes means minus one-time deposit of 2 lakh paid to electricity and water department. Guys, this is not an expense. This is a deposit. So that deposit will not be an expense. Have you already minused it? Yes. So we'll have to add it back. So you'll go here and write deposit. Deposit is not an expense. It's an asset. So you'll add it back. Second one also done. Very new adjustments we are seeing. Computer and other electronic items include 1 lakh paid for television and washing machine for our household use. See, this is what I'm talking about. Now, you cannot take depreciation then on 4,50,000. 4,50,000 you added back. That means you took it to the balance sheet, but in the balance sheet you will not take 1 lakh. You will only take 3,50,000. So this depreciation on computers, you can write here 3,50,000. In fact, you can calculate the depreciation only 3,50,000 into 20%. That is 70,000. Very, very good question. New adjustments. Salary and wages includes means you already minus salary 2,40,000 to her illiterate brother. Yes, I don't know why illiterate brother. Reasonable salary is 1,80,000. Now, can you pay to your illiterate brother? Yes, you can. It's not illegal to pay illiterate people, guys. But the reasonable salary is 1,80,000. So the excess you paid to your brother is 60,000. Let's recap EER. Are you paying excessive? Yes. Is there an expense? And is it to a relative? Yes. So that 60,000 will have to be added back. So you'll go here and you'll write excessive expense. 60,000. But there's another assumption. You can assume that illiterate, that means it's completely not possible to give anything. So you can add the entire thing. But I'll assume that only the excess amount, guys, will be added because he was deserving 1,80,000 at least. Next, she purchased a residential house for 1 crore 10 lakhs, for which loan of 75 lakhs was taken from State Bank of India. Accrued interest of 3,37,500 till 31st March 2025 was paid On 10th April 2025, no principal amount and interest was paid by Mr. S.C. Bose. Ground floor of the house was used for the shop. Guys, this entire thing is from income from house property. So you will write, go here, and you will add another income from house property. We'll talk about that later, but right now, this is not added to your PGBP, so we'll keep it separate. Next, she purchased an electric vehicle on 30th September 2024 for 25 lakh for business purposes. As business purpose, electric vehicle is perfectly fine. You will not get 80 EEB that. EEB is basically easy electric bike. Let's revise. If you buy an EV, Nexon EV, Ather Energy, Ola Electric, etc., then you get a deduction of 1,50,000, but that is for personal purpose. If this is for business purpose, then it will get full deduction, and we've assumed it's already been minus, so no impact of this. But guys, depreciation. We've only taken depreciation on computers. So on this also we'll have to take depreciation. Everyone take 25 lakh on the calculator. It's on 30th September 2024. So will we get full depreciation or half depreciation? Full till 3rd October and into 40%. As here it is 40%, which is 10 lakh. Yes, this happened so recently. One of my clients who's into various businesses bought a Mahindra 9E for about 28-30 lakh rupees, and he called me up that what is the kind of depreciation I will get. What is the depreciation, guys? 40%. So we also predicted this. So 10 lakh rupees you can minus more depreciation, 10 lakhs. So go to your items and minus depreciation 10 lakhs. We already had depreciation. There is more depreciation 10 lakh. All right, perfect. Let's move ahead. She sold 10,000 listed shares of a company for 11 lakh 66 on 2024. Purchased in 2024 only. So it was basically a short-term capital gain. We will talk about this when we do capital gain. So we'll add one more head of income here called capital gain. Perfect. Now this looks like PGBP is okay. IFOS is okay. IFHP, let's try and do IFHP. Let's focus now on IFHP. She had purchased a residential house for some amount for which there's a loan, etc. Accrued interest is this much. Now what has she done with the house, guys? Ground floor of the house was used for what? Shop. And first floor of the house was occupied by her residence. So I'm making this. This is SOP and this is PGBP. These expenses we can take under PGBP. These we'll have to take separately. So SOP, I'm doing the calculation. What is the number? 0, 0, 0. What is the interest? She had taken a loan. No principal amount during the year. Ground floor of the house. Okay. Accrued interest is 3,37,500 till 31st March 2024-25. Which year are we in? Everyone go back and check your year. 24-25. So in this year 24-25, your total interest is 3,37,500. Everyone pay attention on the sum. Yes, everyone. Comments we'll see later. First, right now sum 3,37,500 is your interest. Now it gets a little difficult here, so let's try and do this. Now this is the interest for the entire house, but for SOP we'll get only half. So do half, 3,37,500 into 50%. How much is that? 1,68,750. Now this is the old regime, guys. Can we take it? Guys, this is loan has been taken for purchase of the residential house. So the limit is how many lakh? 2 lakh. So can I take this much? Yes. So you will go back to your sum. In IFHP, you'll write SOP and you'll write 1,68,750. Now, what about the balance interest? If this is 1,68,750, so PGBP, can I minus that? Yes. There is no limit. So you'll go to PGBP for your shop also and you'll minus interest. Don't lose a hang of it, guys. 1,68,750. Next, anything else? Nothing else is important here. She purchased a residential house for 1,10,000, 75 lakh was taken. Perfect. Nothing else here. If you had repaid principal on the house, I'm just saying that if you repay principal, there's a section called 80C. Girl's life now needs 5 extra assets, and there is a house. So if you repay principal here, but no principal amount was repaid, so you don't get deduction under 80C. So this one is also done. This was pending, which is done. Now capital gain. She sold 10,000 listed shares of a company for 11,66,000. So everyone write what we know on capital gain very quickly. So you're selling it for 11,66,000. Please write 11,66,000. STT, you don't get a deduction in capital gain. In PGBP, you get a deduction if it's your business. Otherwise, you'll not get. So this is 0. 11,66,000. You sold it in the December of 2024. You bought it in August of 2024. You purchased for 2,65,000 only. What a good gain. So 11,66,000 minus 2,65,000. So you have a short-term capital gain of 9,01,000. And this gain is taxed at 20%. If you remember, 12.5 and 20%, short term is at 20%. And 9,01,000, you will go to your capital gain. And in your capital gain, you will write short term capital gain in bracket 20%, 9,01,000. Don't worry about the tax aspect now. When we do tax liability calculation, I'll show it to you. Right now, I think this is over. Just have a look. This one done, this one done, this one done, everything. Okay. Let's quickly figure. Just always start with the easy ones first. Put 9,01,000 in a circle. Minus 1,68,000 in a circle. Total up IFOS. First is pension. We forgot pension deduction. Let's put pension deduction. Guys, pension deduction is 1/3 of this amount. So 3,60,000 divided by 3. 1,20,000 or 15,000, the old one, which is lower, 15,000. So you'll get a deduction of 15,000. So 3,60,000 minus 15,000 is 3,45,000. Keep doing that on the calculator. 3,45,000 plus 3,50,000 plus 5,00,000 dividend plus 76,000 FD interest. Total is 12,71,000. This also in a circle. All final numbers in a circle. And now let's do this. 20,69,000 minus 3,60,000 minus 4,25,000 minus 4,50,000 plus 75,000 plus 12,000 plus 4,50,000 minus 70,000 plus 2,00,000 plus 60,000 minus depreciation 10,00,000 minus 1,68,750. So your answer is 3,00,000, only 3,92,250. So from all the power work, she's getting only this much amount. So we'll add this. So this one, keep this on the calculator, add 12,71,000, add 9,01,000 and minus 1,68,750. Excellent, guys. Write your GTI here. You've already made space for it. 23,95,500. Check hidden deductions. TTA is not there. TTB we already taken. ATGG, his house is not taken on rent. Now ATQQB. Let's go back and let's see ATQQB. What is the royalty income she's earning? 4,25,000. And the expense on that is 75,000. Step number 1. This should be within 15%. I'm assuming this is within 15%. Next, this has to be brought into India. So it's written brought into India. So 4,25,000 minus 75. 4,25,000 minus 75. 3,50,000. But I can only take maximum 3,00,000. So you'll minus 3,00,000. But good part is there is no surcharge here. 23,95,000 minus 3,00,000 minus 50,000. What is the number? 20,45,500. 20,45,500. This is my total income. Now, guys, is there some CC income here? Yes, there is some CC income. So we'll have to segregate everyone. So let's try and segregate. I'm writing it here. Total income 25,45,500. Make always 5 arrows. First is normal rate. Long-term capital gain 12.5%. Short-term capital gain 20%. Again, long-term capital gain 12.5%. And casual income 30. We don't have to do this, guys, because we don't have 5 incomes. Or I'm just training you in case it comes in the exam. Now there is no casual income, so put a cross next to it. On listed shares, there is no long-term, put a cross next to it. There is short-term. Short-term is 9,01,000. And there is no long-term here, so put a cross next to it. And from 20,45,500 minus 9,01,000, you'll get the number 11,44,500. You are 62 years old, so basic exemption limit will be different. Let's start calculating the tax. 0, 10,000, and on 1,44,500 into 30%, 43,350. Sorry, my bad. I think I've gone wrong somewhere. Up to 3,00,000, 0. 3,00,000 to 5,00,000, 10,000. 5,00,000 to, yes, 1,00,000 I forgot. 1,00,000. and then 43,350. You'll add all these numbers. 1,53,350. This is your basic tax. Your basic exemption limit now is not there. Otherwise, I could have adjusted it, but it's not there. So this 9,01,000 into straight 20%. 9,01,000 into 20%. 1,80,200. Add both these numbers, 153,350 and this. You'll get 3,33,550. This is basic tax. There is no surcharge on 20 lakhs, so straight add 4%, which is 3,46,892, which is 890. So my tax is 3,46,890. You'll minus TDS of 50,000 and you'll get final number 2,96,890. This is as per the old tax regime. Now, sir, default tax regime. Don't worry, guys. Be confident. I will teach you how to get to the old regime, to the new regime as well. But this is the answer. Final tax liability is this. Yes, okay. All right. Now, guys, immediately after this, don't waste time. Let's immediately start. Tell me the total income that you found. 20, 45, 500. So you will do the default regime calculation. Just write as a heading default and write total income 20,45,500. Now everywhere your bracket, just focus on those brackets. Example 80 TTB and 80 QQB both are not allowed. So 3,50,000 I'll have to add back. So just add 80 QQB, 80 TTB, and to this number you'll add 3,50,000. Just keep doing what I'm doing here, and in your rough work also you have to do it. Now one by one you see whatever is in minus, like capital gain 9,01,000, there is no change in capital gain. IFHB 1,68,750 is not allowed. Have you minused it? Yes, so you have to add it. That's all. SOP interest 1,68,003, 1,68,750. You'll add this. Next, IFOS pension. Now you don't get 15, you get 25,000. So you'll have to give 10,000 more deduction. So you can write pension and you'll give 10,000 more deduction. In salaries also, salary deduction is 75, you'll get 25 more, but there is no salary, so I'm not discussing that. Royalty is the same, dividend is the same, interest on FD is the same. In IFOS, there is only one family pension where there is a change. And in PGBP, I'll tell you the 5 deductions that you don't get. Additional, I'll just write it here. Additional scientist specified awesome covaxin. Is there any additional depreciation? No. If that was, I would have added back. Any scientific research? No. Let's just check. Scientific research was not there, no? No, amount paid to IIT for scientific research is there. So this no problem. The 35,000 which you are donating outside is not allowed. So you'll have to add it back. So we'll add 35,000. No problem. Just go here. Scientific research donation. 35,000. Yes. Okay. Then additional scientist specified. There is no specified business that I'm very sure of. There is no awesome area that I'm very sure of. There is no covaxin. This is CA final anyways. So I've added back this also. Now everything looks okay. Just checking. Clubbing of income was not here. Set of SOP interest we've done anyways. So that has been taken care of. Deductions, we don't have any Jan deductions. So this is my final number. Everyone, let's do this number and calculate the tax quickly. 20,45,500 plus 3,50,000 plus 168,750 minus 10,000 plus 35,000. Congratulations, my new income is 25,89,250. Again, this number will be split into normal rate and short-term capital gain at 20%, which is 9,01,000. So I'll minus 9,01,000 from here. Will give me 16,88,250. Now, interesting guys, this is the first time we are applying the new slabs. So I'm just going to be very careful with the new slabs. Up to 4 lakh rupees, please write 0. And I'll give you a trick. Every time you write the next slab, it increases by 20,000. Up to 8 lakh rupees, so 0 to 40, you can write the slabs first. Up to 4 lakh, up to 8 lakh, up to 12 lakh, up to 16 lakh. And then 88,250. You'll write these slabs first. Everyone write it first, write the slabs. 4, 8, 12, 16, 88,250. Now we'll apply it. So this is 0. This becomes 20,000. This becomes 40,000. This becomes 60,000. If you want to know the rates, it's 0, 5, 10, 15. This is 0, 5, 10, 15, and this 20%. So 88,250 into 20%. 17,650. You will add up all these numbers: 17,650 plus 60,000 plus 40,000 plus 20,000. 1,37,650 plus this is 20%. 1,80,200. We'll add both these numbers. 3,17,850. There is no surcharge, but you'll add 4%. 3,30,560. From that, guys, there was a TDS minusing. I'll just show you what the TDS was minused. Was 50,000. So you minus 50,000 from this. 2,80,000. 2,80,560. And my earlier example was 2,96,890. So obviously you will choose the default tax regime. Yes. It's taken us more time because this sum was difficult, but there were some other parts of the sum chapter or this paper which was simpler. So let's try and present this now and then take a break. Yes. So let's start presenting, everyone. I'll be back in 2 minutes and we'll present. I'm also going to present this with you all. So let's start. Let's try minimize the calculations. Sorry. Here we go. I'm ending this paper here. This is question number 1. Always in the exam, guys, your rough work can take more time than the full work also. You'll see it now. The full fair work will take lesser time. This is 8th question, computation of income. Okay. See, as long as we are using the full 8 hours to learn new things, I think that will be great. Yes. IFHP done. Next is PGBP. There is also IFOS, there is also capital gain. Whatever I remember, I'm going to do. Like 64, like 20. Interest on FD was not here. So there, But they are not added it here. They are not added it here. I'll just check. It was not added. So actually, for me, I'm flipping pages. In the exam, you'll have the next, so you'll be able to copy it faster. Try and minus everything together and then we'll add the numbers. So I'm just trying to minus everything together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's interest also. Deposit. 3,92,250. Elated brother, and you can write that 48 section also. Elated brother will also. If they have written, why not we? That's why, guys, literacy is important. Otherwise, you become a sum in the tax paper. Seven. 23,95,500. So this is 23,95,500. This is my gross total income. I'll wait for a minute before we move ahead and we put the two deductions. What is it? 23,95,500, right? I don't know if these are the two deductions, but let's check. 80 QQB, sorry, 80 TTB was the last one. We're doing so many sums, I took the last sums deductions here. Just 1 second. Have we done a mistake? 2395 500 minus 3 lakh. Oh, sorry, 50,000. My bad. No mistake. Tax payable finally 2,96,890. Scientific research in-house is still allowed, only that donation is not allowed. So we add that. 25,000 is allowed. 15,000 we've already given. So 10,000 is the next deduction. 20, 89, 250. One lakh 80,000. Some mistake. Balance. Okay. Yes, so the idea is this. We have to do sums, and this is basically helping us understand concepts also. So here we've understood QQB also, TTB also, default tax regime also. Instead of revising it, revise it through sums. We've understood short-term capital gain also. We've understood how to calculate also. We've understood that deductions are not given in the new scheme also. We've also calculated PGBP. We've understood depreciation on EV, just something new. Excessive payments also we understood. We understood TDS also 194 here. So this is how you will move ahead. This is another question done. This is the rough work. Try not to do this without the rough work and try and do this question as a last question. Keep 30 minutes spare and try and do this question as much as you can, as best as you can. This is question number 1, May 25, rough work. And I can still save some 5-7 minutes because I know I'm actually flipping pages. So in real, if the rough work is next to you, you can actually do this even faster. Ending this here. Now guys, we'll do back to back only TDS sums. This is one more question down. Let's write this as well. This is question number 1, May 25, ICI paper. Perfect. So we'll take a break here. It's a perfect time to take a break also. 15 minutes break. It's right now 11:50. About 12:05 we'll be back. And about 1:30ish is where this will end. When we come back, we'll do only and only TDS. So for all those people for whom TDS is a problem, we'll come back. We've already discussed about 21, 22 sections. About 4, 5 more sections we'll discuss. TCS also maybe we could discuss very briefly, especially that one section 206C1G, and we'll do sums on that as well. Yes. So everything on that in 15 minutes from now. Stream is live, but we get back in 15 minutes. Okay, back, and after a good dosa, I think things look better and maybe easier. So we'll see how that works. Right now, my target is to complete those two TDS sections that are left, and then we'll look at the ICI questions on TDS and TCS chapters. So that's going to be our target right now. Everyone, we have done 22 sections, right from only the letters I'm putting. B is betting, bigger betting, betting app, notes, death amount. Then we saw initially we rent, immovable property you acquire, legally acquire. Then we saw 192 salary and 192A aram. Then we also saw 194H, 194D and 194G. Then we also saw 194 reels for R, 194S for speculation. We also saw 194C for contract, 194J for jealous professionals, 194IB immovable property that is big, and 194M that is misuse. So this is our journey till now. We've also done 194 dividend and 194K that is Kotak mutual fund. So about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21. So about 21 sections we've done. Let's see what is the next section and which one. Okay, we've also done one more. That is 194T, T for trust. I have a feeling this trust thing has not been asked and it's important. So this could be asked in the exam as well. All right. Now let's do something, again, a slightly difficult one. So we'll first start the easy one. I bought some debentures, I bought some bonds, I bought some preference shares. When you buy debentures, bonds, preference shares, not preference shares, debentures, bonds, government securities, they pay you interest. And whenever that person is paying you interest, the government says, listen, can you deduct TDS? Same TDS at the rate of 10%. And this interest section is 193. Very simple. But the interest should be more than 10,000. Earlier, this used to be 5%, 5,000. Now it's more than 10,000. This is one interest. But there's another interest where we put money in banks. I give money to a friend. I give money to others. That interest. So we're talking about this other interest. And mainly it is bank interest. So in that case, the section changes to 194A, A for Axis Bank. That was a shortcut. Here also the government says if the TDS, the interest is more than 10,000 rupees. So interest on securities is 193, interest others is 194A. In the exam, if you see interest, these one of those two sections will be important. Here also TDS will be at the rate of 10%. But there are some very important exceptions. This one is very, very important. The exception is called a small pub. Let's see what are these exceptions. In pub, small pub, if you, that means you and me, when we pay interest to banks, you and me, we pay interest to banks on a home loan, car loan, mobile phone loan, Adani, Ambani's pay on business loan. When you and me pay to the bank, there will be no TDS. That is first. Next, if a partnership firm pays interest to the partners, there will be no TDS here because we have another section for that, 194T. If you're a small individual, small HF, example, I've given money to a friend of mine and he's paying me interest, he's a small individual, small HF, then there will be no TDS. If it is basically motor accident claim tribunal, if you are in a motor accident, and the court gives a decision in your favor, but the decision delayed, you get interest up to 50,000 rupees, you'll get the money, but there'll be no TDS. But mainly it is this B for bank. If it's bank interest, then the government will apply TDS only if it exceeds not 10,000. This is the normal limit, but for bank, the limit is 50,000. So this used to be earlier 40,000 and it's increased to 50,000. And if you're a senior citizen, only if the interest is more than 1 lakh rupees for per bank. Example, if I have one branch in HDFC, one in ICICI, both pay me 40,000 rupees, there will be no TDS. But if the same branch, that means the same bank, then you have to aggregate it because all the bank branches are connected through something called CBS, core banking software. This is TDS under section 194A. Absolutely important, has been asked before. Typically questions like you made an FD, you made 3-4 FD, so calculate the interest. If it goes more than 50,000 and more than 1 lakh rupees, then there will be TDS at the rate of 10%. That's two sections covered. Let's go to the next one. Which is the next one that we are missing out on? Yes. Guys, this is a bank. And on the other hand is a guy called P because he is getting a pension. So this is section 194P. Now this guy is very unique. Section 194P will only apply if this person is getting pension income plus interest income, only two incomes, no third income. If there's a third income, then this section will not apply. You have to be 75 years or more. So that is a specified citizen. You have to be very senior and both the amount should be received in the same bank account. If these three conditions are fulfilled, only then 194P will apply. So you have to check in the exam. These three conditions generally will be fulfilled. Now in that case, when the bank gets pension amount, example, let's say 5 lakh rupees, and interest amount, let's say 3 lakh rupees. So 5 plus 8 is 3, 5 plus 3 is 8. Then the bank will become your CA. They will calculate your tax, and whatever tax is, that is the amount of TDS. So there is no rate, it is average rate. Just like salary, this is also an average rate. And thus the government will get, this is section 194P. This has come in the exam, will come in the exam again. Exam question could mean that first calculate is tax liability. Second, determine the TDS under 194P. And third, will you have to file his return? No. Once under 194P, the government has got the entire tax. Because the entire tax, you become the CA, the entire tax goes to the government. After that, there is no return filing requirement. But if these conditions are not fulfilled, remember, this section will not apply. That could be a sub question. What if he has other incomes? What if they are in the different bank accounts? Then in that case, 194P will not apply. All right. So that is another section. Anything else that we are missing out on? Yes. Is on normal purchase, if I go and right now it's summer season, I go and buy one AC. On AC purchase, or on table purchase, or on laptop purchase, or on watch purchase, there is no TDS. But if your purchases are in big quantity, more than 50 lakh rupees, then there can be TDS under section 194Q. Let's see. This guy in the middle is the buyer. He's a purchaser. He's also the payer always. And he's buying or paying in higher quantities. And he's buying an, let's say ACs from Voltas. He's some electronic dealer. And he's buying from Voltas ACs more than 50 lakh rupees. Example, he's buying ACs worth 80 lakh rupees. Then the government says we might apply section 194Q, Q for quantity. Now in that case, this is a purchase, but high value purchases under section 194Q. Two things you have to see. First, the purchase from one person in 1 year should be more than 50 lakh. That means from Voltas, if it's 40 lakh, no TDS. But if it's more than 50 lakh, only there will be TDS. And that is the first thing. And second, your turnover last year should be more than 10 crore rupees. If both these conditions are fulfilled, only then 194Q applies. Is the smallest rate, the rate of TDS is 0.1%, and that to the excess above 50 lakh. So 194N had excess, and here is the second time excess. So here on 30 lakh into 1%, that is only 3,000 rupees will be the TDS that has to be paid to the government. I think that is the case. 30,000 into 0.1%, sorry. 30 lakh into 0.1%, that is 3,000 has to be paid to the government. Here guys, the punishment is different. If you don't give your PAN here, the punishment does not become 20% because that's a big jump. So it only becomes 5%. That's an exception. Keep it in mind. Here it is only on domestic purchases. So if you're purchasing the ACs from China, then there is no TDS. And it is only on goods, not on services. But does not include security. So when you buy shares, obviously people buy shares more than 50 lakh rupees regularly. So in that case, that is not the case here as well. This is 194Q. Very, very important. Now there was another replacement of this in TCS where there was a seller who was selling 206C1G, 1H. That has now been removed completely. So thank you so much, Nirmala Sitharaman and the government, that one TCS annoying section has now been removed, but 194Q is still there. This is also very annoying in practical life because earlier there was no, it's like adding another chapter or a section or a new subject to your CA portion. It was not there, it was introduced, so it's always painful. This is 194Q, and I think with that we more or less complete TDS. Now I want to give you some common points. If in the exam they say amount, rent plus GST, on GST there will be no TDS. TDS is only on the main amount. Second, if you're in the middle, you're buying, selling to the government and both sides of the government, there is no TDS concept of it. Third, you will pay to the government by the 7th of the next month. So example, I was supposed to deduct today and pay to the government. Today is April 12th. I will pay to the government by 7th May. But if I don't deduct today, that's a mistake. So government will charge me interest at the rate of 1% per annum if I don't deduct. 1% per month, sorry. So for April, May, whenever I deduct and pay, I'll be charged. Example, let's make a mistake. I did not deduct today and then I paid the government in the month of June. So then for April, May and June, 3 months, I'll have to pay interest at the rate of 1% per month. But what if I deduct today, 12th April? Okay, great. But I have to pay by 7th May. If I don't pay, then the government gets more angry because I've deducted but not paid. So the government will charge me interest of 1.5%, but not from this month because this month I did the right thing. That mistake happened next month. So from next month, that is May and June, I'll have to pay 2 months interest at the rate of 1.5%. So this is the logic of not deducting. So in the exam, you don't deduct 1%. If you deduct and you don't pay 1.5%. Next, payment or credit doesn't matter, guys. Whichever is early, you have to keep in mind. PAN not given 20% is the standard rate. 5% in one case should be kept in mind. And remember, if the TDS question is difficult, draw the diagram, pair in the middle, and more or less you should get your right answer. PAN, credit, and you can always take credit of it. That's it. And only 2 sections there is excess, otherwise it is all on the full amount. That means once you cross the threshold on the full amount, there will be TDS. Now, I know we are not discussing TCS in great detail, but I want to discuss a little bit because there are 1-2 changes in rates. So in TCS, there is a seller. He's selling, example, BMW is selling a car of 80 lakh rupees. The government is always here and they say, listen, can you collect a small amount and we'll call it TCS. The concept is still the same. The government wants money faster and they want a small amount of money. They want to know who are these persons who are buying all these fancy cars, etc. So the government has this TCS concept. Now for TCS, always keep the seller in the middle. TCS is only on few products: alcohol, scrapped my car, and 2 licenses for 2 trees and 5 tendu leaves. Now what has changed? On alcohol, sale of scrap, sale of motor cars, sale of um, alcohol, scrap my car. On sale of cars, the rate is 1%. There's a big change here in this cars thing. We'll talk about that. And then timber, earlier it used to be 2.5. Now it's become 2. So these are 2 changes. One of them I've already explained. One I will explain very soon. Now car, everything is on a wholesale level. Example, when I'm selling alcohol, when I'm selling minerals, scrap, it's all on wholesale level. Only car is on retail level. Example, car, BMW, when they sell it to you, there will be TCS. But when BMW company sold it to the dealer, there is no TCS. That is only for car. Here also, if you are for PMG, that means you're buying coal, iron ore, etc. for manufacturing, for production, or you're selling to the government, there is no TCS. TCS also you have to pay to the government the 7th of the next month. And if the person does not give PAN, the punishment is not 20%, it is 25 shortcut. 25 means twice the rate of 5%, whichever is higher. So example, I was selling scrap. The usual rate is 1%. The other guy did not give me a PAN. So 1% will become 2 or 5, whichever is higher. So 5% will be the TCS in that case, and the person will not get credit. So TDS and DCS are similar. Now there are some unique new things. 206C1F. Now in 206C1F, one fancy car, earlier it used to be only sale of fancy car, but hear me out well. Now besides fancy car, it's become fancy lifestyle. That means besides the car, if you're also selling a watch, if you're also selling sunglasses, if you're also selling sports equipment, if you're also selling shoes, if you're selling artwork, and these kind of 10 items are there. There is a shortcut. You can refer to my QuickBook for the shortcut, but there are some 10 items, mainly they're lifestyle items. Example, you see all these very expensive watches, if it's more than 10 lakh, very expensive sunglasses, very expensive shoes, very expensive sports equipments, very expensive artwork, very expensive helicopters, etc. if you buy, yacht, etc. if you buy. And in these cases also, so not just car, now they are also monitoring these items. If they are sold for more than 10 lakh rupees, 1% will have to be paid to the government. So my prediction for your exam is this will be there in your exam. Mark my words, whether it's an MCQ, whether it's a 4-mark question, but this will be there in the exam. You are buying one of these fancy equipments, and this is only at retail level, not at wholesale level. This is only when it's more than 10 lakh rupees. The entire amount on that 1% will have to be paid to the government. So by heart these 10 items. One is watch, one is sunglasses, sports equipment, shoes, artwork, helicopter, yacht. What else is there? Any clothing, also more than 10 lakh rupees. Pens, yes, so if you buy pens and all also. So there's a small list, just go through that list and more or less they will tell you in the exam, and that will be if it's more than 10 lakh. Exam question will be, you'll be buying 2-3 things. One will be more than 10 lakh, one will be less than 10 lakh. Then the one which are more than 10 lakh, on that there will be bags also, this handbags also. So on these kind of items, if it's more than 10 lakh rupees, 206C, 1F will apply. Is this, it's not might be there, it will be there in your exam. So mark it, and very important. Next, you're a seller, but you're selling Forex. On this, there is a small change. So let's discuss this. You're selling Forex, but why am I selling Forex for? Let's say someone needs it for medical purpose, or someone needs it for education purpose, or someone needs it for LRS, liberalized remittance scheme of the government, where you can transfer money abroad, or you require it for tour and transfer. Then in these 4 cases, whenever you are buying Forex, the government says, listen, I want TDS at the rate. There is a different rate now. So we'll talk about that rate. So they want TCS here in this case. The section is 206C1G, step by step. This is the section. They say that up to 10 lakh rupees, this is a general amount, that if you buy Forex up to 10 lakh rupees, we don't want to disturb you at all. But the moment it crosses more than 10 lakh, we want 5% of it. Earlier, this used to be 7 lakh. Now this has increased to 10 lakh. So keep this 10 lakh in mind. Up to 10 lakh, they will not distribute. Above that, there will be TCS at the rate of 5%. But this is a general one. But there are some exceptions. Let's see the first exception. If it's education on a loan, that means you're going abroad for studying and you've taken a loan, then the government says, in your case, please be happy, I will not collect anything extra. Earlier it used to be 0.5%, now they've removed it completely. This is also highly probable. Now I feel in your exam, there will be a concept of TCS 12060 1F they will check, and this is the next thing they will check. Next, if it's not loan, if it's just medical or education, if it's other than medical, if it's other than loan, medical or education, then it is a general rate up to 10 lakh, nothing more than that is 5%. And if it's tour and transfer, then the government gets very, very upset. What is tour and transfer? Not booking a flight ticket, not booking a hotel, but a package tour. Package tour means you're booking a flight and a hotel together. Then in that case, there is no mercy. Up to 10 lakh rupees, 5%, and about 10 lakh rupees, that is be 20%. So this is how you have to see. Now, how do I go? Example, I'm also going for education. I'm also going for holiday. Now, what do I do? Then in that case, you have to segregate it. So for education, there's a different limit. So your threshold will be different. So let's take an example. Then I'm sending abroad money for two purposes, LRS also and tour also. Now, are there two different purposes, LRS and tour? So LRS, let's say I'm taking 15 lakhs abroad, and tour I'm taking, let's say 20 lakh abroad. Now the government says because the rates are different, you cannot add 35 lakh and do the maths. You have to do them separate. So for this LRS, liberalized remittance scheme, up to 10 lakh there is nothing. On that extra 5 lakh into 5%, 25,000 the government collect on this one. Are we understanding this? Next, for tour and transfer, have you crossed the limit of 10 lakh already? No. Guys, here this is separate, this is separate. So for tour and transfer, again we have to see that up to 10 lakh rupees will be at the rate of 5%. So up to 10 lakh, 5% will be 50,000. And on the next 10 lakh into 20%, that is 2 lakh rupees. So this is the case in the next one. Now let's take the third case. Again in the same year, I'm going for a foreign tour. Now you've already crossed 10 lakh because here you've already crossed 10 lakh. So basically the threshold limits have to be applied category wise. So all the tours together and LRS together. Yes, I don't think this will be so complicated. They will give you a number up to 10 lakh, nothing above that will be 5%. Two things majorly have changed, that 7 lakh has become 10 lakh and education loan on loan has become 0. And tour is almost the same. This one and 1F, I think one of them will be there in your exam. On that note, guys, I'm ending TCS and TDS. Yesterday when I began, I didn't think I would want to go through all this in so much detail, but because this was a common issue of a lot of people, two things were very common for most people. One was the computation of income. So we targeted and did a lot on that. Second problem point was TDS. So we targeted and we did a lot on that. And third one was default tax regime. So we've done a couple of sums on that as well. So now I feel you should be okay. We've done PGBP also indirectly, done some capital gain also, then indexation pain point. We've also done stuff on IFHP, some really nice sums on IFHP also. We've also done deductions in every of these sums. We've done deductions as well. So more or less, guys, we've addressed pain points, and now we'll address the pain point, which is the chapter only TDS. We'll keep doing sums, or I have a feeling we should do some mixed sums. So with include TDS also, but we'll keep doing some mixed sums as well. Yes. So on that note, let's take May 25 paper. We did this SC post calculation. Now we'll go and we'll do the next one. Yes, this is TDS and TCS. Let's see if you're able to solve this. All right. So this is the question for 4 marks. First, you guys read it and then we'll discuss it. Over to you all. Read it, make your notes. There are 3 things: section, rate and amount. You'll have to look at those 3 things. All right. So let's see, guys. This is the 4 mark question expected for y'all also, anywhere between 4 to 8 marks. I have a feeling now for your question, 4 mark will be TDS, 4 mark will be TCS. Marks Pictures is a movie and short film production house having turnover of 15.22 crores during the previous year 23-24. That is last last year. This question is about 24-25. A Solar Varanasi LLP also produces short films and clippings, and it has already produced a short film, namely Mahakumbh. So, guys, the movie is already ready called Mahakumbh. On 16th October 2024, Marks Pictures acquired television rights. So, guys, this Marks Pictures Private Limited, guys, is the payer. They are acquiring it from Solar Varanasi LLP, and this is the government. Guys, when you're acquiring a movie, it can be two sections. One is 194C, that means you've told them what movie to make and they're making it, so that is a contract. But here you've not told them to make a movie. The movie is already made and you're buying that movie, right? So that is section 194J, jealous professional. So it's a professional fee that you're paying. And this is a short film. Marks acquired television rights, but it's not movie royalty. You're not showing it in a theater. So it is television rights. So if you are basically taking television rights here, I by mistake I told you Netflix etc. But Netflix etc. is on television OTT. If it's a theater, then it's movie royalty. This is section 194J. Now for jealous professional, if you are making payment of more than 50,000, here you are making a payment of how many lakh? 52 lakhs. So on that will TDS apply? Yes, at the rate of 10%. So guys, everyone section 194J rate 10% and the amount will be 52 lakh into 10%, that is 5,20,000. Both have valid PAN, which is good. Let's see the next one. Mayank is a salaried individual, paid rent. Guys, generally whenever it's rent, the section immediately comes to my mind is 194I. But he's a salaried individual, so he's a small individual. So maybe 194IB. Anyways, Mayank is the payer, so putting him in the middle. And he is paying it to Nikhil, who's the house owner, and this is the government. And whenever Mayank is paying this guy, he will have to deduct TDS and pay to the government. TDS at the rate of 2%. Earlier it used to be 5%, now it has been reduced to 2%. Remember, this is a small individual, small HUF. And the rent should be more than 50,000. Let's check. From April to September, it was 75. And for October to March, it is 1 lakh. So let's calculate. April, May, June, July, August, September, 6 months. 75,000 into 6 months. So 4 lakh 50 is what you have been paying. Plus for the next 6 months, 1 lakh, that is 6 lakh. So total is 10 lakh 50. On this 10 lakh 50, everyone 10 lakh 50 into 2%. That is 21,000 has to be paid. I hope PAN and all has been deducted. PAN is given. Okay, so I'm assuming PAN is given. If PAN is given, then in that case, it will be 21,000. But this, whenever you pay the last month's rent of 1 lakh, you will deduct and pay 21 to the government. Sorry. Very simple question. Yes, okay. We'll keep doing a few more questions and we'll keep writing also the questions that we've been doing. This is another good question. This is question number, we'll also know where it's asked. Question number 2. Question number 2B is where it's generally asked also. Now that we've done all this recently, I think it should recollect faster. Let's try and let's do more. Let's see in Jan 26 paper if there is some TDS part. This is a good, very good question, but this is, I think we should do this question, but not right now. I'm just keeping this open. Very, very good question. This is on computation of income. It also has 80 JJA calculation. So I think it's a great question to do, but maybe not right now. I want to do at least 4-5 TDS questions before we go there. So I'm keeping this Jan 26 paper open. Actually, the funny part is in RTP, don't find too many TDS questions. But in the exam, you always find. Yes. Here we go. This is a TDS question. Let's try and see if you're getting an answer. First, you all try yourself and then we'll discuss it together also. Question number 9. Guys, Nexus is a company engaged in the business of manufacturing electronic goods, reported turnover 12 crore last year. Guys, the moment they show more than 10 crore, you know they are indicating towards 194Q. They purchased from the following. So I'm putting Nexus Tech Private Limited here, and I'm putting vendor A here. Their turnover last year is more than 10 crore. They're indicating towards 194Q. They purchased raw material worth 60 lakhs, 25 lakhs in April, and 35 lakhs in July in the same year. So if they're purchasing, that doesn't matter when you're paying, guys. So 60 lakh, the excess is 10 lakh into 0.1%. How much is the TDS? 1000 has to be paid to the government under section 194Q. But vendor A has not furnished this pan. If you don't furnish the pan, then it will become 5%. So on that 10 lakh into 5%, so it will become 50,000. And on that, you will not even get any credit. Let's go to the next one. From vendor B, trading goods worth 48 lakh in installments, 15 lakh, 20 lakh, and 13 lakh. Because it's not more than 50 lakh, very, very simple. There will be no TDS. Yes. Imagine, guys, this looks so difficult, but it's actually very easy. It is to be noted in Nexus Tech made the entry in his books on the date of purchase, and TCS provisions are not applicable. If TCS provisions earlier used to be applicable 2061H, now it's only 194Q. This time both were applicable. Next, please read this one also, and then we'll discuss. Okay, this one in Jan 25, Mr. Sumit engaged in business having turnover of 1.2 crore during the year 23-24 last year, enters into a maintenance contract. Sumit has having a turnover of 1.2 crore, so he's not a small individual. So annual maintenance contract 194C will apply with ABC, a resident company, for 5 lakh 20 plus GST. Let's make a diagram. Here is Sumit, who's the payer. He's paying to a company called ABC Limited. This is the government. When he's paying, section will be 194C. Are you paying more than 30,000? Yes, it's 5 lakh 40 plus GST, but it will only be on 5 lakh 40. The government says there will be TDS at the rate of 2%. Why not 1%? Because you're paying to a company. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Yes. He made the payment in February, but this transaction belongs to January. So whichever is earlier. So January month, you have to pay by 7 February. And ABC has not provided SPAN. It's stupid. If you don't provide the PAN, this is the second time in the same paper. No, it was the other paper where it will become not 2%. Now it will become how much? 20%. So section 194C, 5 lakh 40 into 20%. 1 lakh 8,000 has to be paid to the government. You'll add a couple of notes there that on GST amount there is no TDS. That is a small note you will also add there. Thank you so much. Perfect, guys. That's the second or the third question in TDS journey. Now I don't know about you, but at least I feel that if I am revising this one day before the exam, you can in fact watch the second video on TDS and revise your TDS through this video only. All right, we go to a few more questions. This is September 25. This question is still on my card, on my mind. September 25. So we did a TDS question. September 25. Which one? November 22. Where is it? Here also. But here are not marked it. But anyways, okay. And September 25, RTP. We'll go and do a few more. This is May 25 RTP. Let's see TDS sums. Here there are two more TDSs. I have a feeling now it's going to get super easy. Over to y'all. Everyone gets 2-3 minutes. Try both. I want S, I want R, I want A. Let's see. Subhash is a salaried person, small individual, rent of 52,000. I know what they're trying to tell me. 194 IB. You rented from Raj, vacated the premises in August. What if he vacates the premises in October? So first from April to August. So what is the rent? April, May, June, July, August. 5 months of 52,000 into 5 months. So 2,60,000 into right now it is, earlier it used to be 5%, now it is 2%. So don't check the answer, guys, because the answer will be wrong. So 2%, 5,200. But what if we vacates it in October 2024? Then September, October, 2 more months, and that is 52,000 into 7, 3,64,000 into 2%, that is 7,280. Remember, PAN has to be given you. Next one. Oh, surprisingly, they've combined TDS and TCS. No problem. In TCS, who's in the middle? Seller. ABC Traders, a partnership firm, is engaged in a wholesale business of Tendu leaves. Its turnover was 9 crore last year. It sold Tendu leaves worth 12 lakhs to XYZ. XYZ does not provide a span. What an amazing question. First, on Tendu leaves, what is the TCS rate? Let's see. Who is the seller? ABC. They are selling to whom? XYZ, and this is the government. And whenever you sell Tendu leaves, on that sale amount, you have to pay to the government at the rate of 5%. So this sale amount is 12 lakh. 12 lakh into 5% is 60,000 has to be paid to the government, but that stupid guy did not provide his PAN. So it's twice the rate, that is 10% or 5%, whichever is higher. What is higher? 10%. So on 12 lakh, 10% is 1,20,000 will have to be paid to the government. This not PAN is a ICI favorite, looks like, because so many questions we've seen no PAN. Okay, that's one more question down. Yes. Jan 25. Again, I'm just Googling TDS. This is something you can also do. Two more questions, and looks like this will be the last TDS sum. Then we'll do that computation of income sum, and then we'll see what else is left or what else is required from y'all. All right, over to y'all, please. Let's see this one. Arjun is a resident Indian, retail business in Delhi. His turnover is 9.9 crore. That's a silent indication towards 194Q, maybe. He regularly purchases goods from another resident. So let's see, he's the purchaser buyer. So let's make the diagram already. Arjun is the purchaser or the buyer. He's in the middle. Sourabh is here, my name, but with a A. And here is the government. All right. Now he regularly purchases goods from another resident, Mr. Sourabh, a wholesaler in Noida. GST on the rates is 5%, but GST does not matter. The aggregate amount of sales made by Sourabh to Mr. Arjun during the year was 49 lakhs without GST. So this 49 lakh and the fact that Arjun's turnover last year was 9.9 crore is a clear indication that 194Q will not apply. So then in this case, sir, will 2061G 1H applies? Who cares? Who knows? Because 1H is not now for your. Yes, in this case, 2061H used to be applicable, but now it's not the case. Let's go to the next one. Please read the next one. Very, very good question. To save time, let's do it together. You paid 12 lakhs to Thomas Cook for a holiday package to Singapore for the week with his family comprising wife and two children, being twins aged 22 years. In the last week of November, stop. So in this case, are you paying more than 10 lakh also? So let's put 12 lakh up to 10 lakh into 5%. That is 50,000. And on 2 lakh into 20%. That is 40,000. So Thomas Cook will have to collect extra 90,000. So you will have to pay Raja. You will have to pay 10 lakh plus 90,000 to the holiday to Thomas Cook, and they will take it and pay to the government. Section is 2061G. Next one, Raja also remitted 10 lakh through LRS. Now tell me guys, will this limit and that limit be combined? No. This is what we were talking about. We just spoke about this and randomly the sum came. So if this is LRS, then there's a separate limit. 10 lakh rupees out of his personal savings, and then on that 10 lakh guys, there will be no TCS, TDS, TCS. Earlier it used to be about 7 lakh, but now up to 10 lakh rupees, there is no TCS. So in this case 0, and in this case 90,000 will be the right answer. Section will be 2061G. Sir, how do you present this in the exam? If the exam of this same thing came, I'll present it like this. First, the facts. Raja paid 12 lakh to Thomas Cook for a family holiday to Singapore. Full stop. Next line. As per section 2061G, TCS will be as under. Up to 10 lakh into 5%, about 10 lakh into 20%. So that is 50,000 plus 40,000, 90,000. Thus 90,000 will be final. Thus 90,000 will be collected as TCS under section 2061G. And the second case, you will again give the facts and give, since the amount remitted is up to 10 lakh under LRS, which is a separate limit, there will be no TCS because TCS is only about 10 lakh at the rate of 5%. Um, 194N I can see here. Question number 9 has some TDS. Let's see. It's a good question. This is not on TDS, but it's on a chapter called return of income. I told you return of income is also something that is expected in your exam as a last question. And this is a very classic question. Who will file a return of income? So try and see this. Let's try and recap first. First is two people. There are 4 Lakshman Rekhas, guys. First, compulsory to file. Companies and firms will have to compulsorily file all the time. Second Lakshman Rekha, if your income, that is GTI, not TI. If your GTI is more than basic exemption limit, but you don't have to consider 54 series exemptions. So without that, if your GTI is more than the basic exemption limit, please file a return. Or if you like coffee, current account more than 1 crore. Outside India, if you have assets, if foreign travel 2 lakh, electricity expense 1 lakh. And last Lakshman Rekha, which is a new one, rule 12, where we have said business and profession save TDS. All this is there in the revision video. If your business turnover is more than 60 lakh, professional turnover more than 10 lakh, saved, if your savings account has more than 50 lakh deposit in the year, and if your TDS TCS has been more than 25,000, and for senior citizen 50,000, that means someone is paying you so much income. So please file a return. 4 options here. Please read. Yes, all of y'all, and we'll discuss in 2 minutes whether these people should file the return of income or not. Let's see. The turnover of Ashish business is 65 lakh. If you remember the fourth Lakshman Rekha, it's more than 60 lakhs. So this will have to file as return of income. Subhash incurred a total expenditure of 90,000 towards consumption of electricity. No, because only if it's more than 1 lakh. Next, Deepak, savings account in SBI and HDFC, current account in Axis Bank, opening balance 20 lakh, 10 lakh and 30 lakh. Deposited 40 lakhs in SBI account, 25 lakhs in HDFC account and 75 lakhs in Axis account. No, in this case it will not, because in one account it should be more than 50 lakhs for savings, and for current account more than 1 crore. And withdrawn cash of 1 crore 20. If you withdraw so much cash, then on 20 lakh rupees, that is excess above 1 crore, there will be TDS at the rate of 2%. If you remember 194N. So on 20 lakh into 2%, if you see the TDS is 40,000. And if the TDS is more than 25,000, you got to file a return. So in this case, you have to file a return. Yes, okay, understood. Guys, this is a good question. Expect a question like this. Very often they ask you a question, but I have a feeling in return of income now they will ask you an updated return. So that is a question you have to keep in mind. In fact, I want to do a question on updated return, so that also we'll keep in mind. So TDS extra questions from May 25, Jan 25 RTPs. Now guys, I want to show you one question which is on that updated return, because I feel that's a good question. Then we'll do that Jan 26, that one which is still open, this one. And that's where I think we will end. If you have any doubts, questions, etc., you can always ask me. But here is your ICI study material on return of income. This is a very good question on updated return, which I think we all should try and do. I think it will be here. Yes. This is a very, very, very good question on updated return. I'm going to be doing this question with all of y'all. I also have it written on the drive, so you can look at it from the drive. But right now, the intention is to discuss this question because something like this can come in the exam. Update return, not just for you, even as a CA guys, this is new for all of us as well. So it's a very new thing, very highly probable. Let's see. Rishi is 34 years old, resident individual, and did not file his return of income for 2021, 21-22, 22-23, and these 3 years he has not filed his return. 23-24 he has filed his return on the 31st July 2023. That means I'm just writing the years. 2021, I'm keeping some gap, 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24. In this, only this year he has filed his return. He filed an updated return under section 139(8)(a) on the 30th April 2025 for AY 24-25. There's another year, AY 24-25, for which he's already filed updated return. He gives the following information regarding each of the assessment years. Very complicated because 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year. Don't worry. One step at a time. In May 2025, Rishi came to know about the loss from one house property of 2 lakh rupees, which he forgets to claim. Now guys, if there's a loss from house property, will the government allow you to file updated return? No, because you remember it is only for your benefit that they will, only for their benefit they will update your return. So this is for AY 23-24. Obviously for that year he cannot update his return. Moreover, in AY 24-25 he has earned dividend income which he has not reported. For dividend income he can file updated return. Yes, he approaches you. This is the important date on the 16th May 2025 to file updated return for all the assessment years under section 139(8)(a) in order to clear his income tax records. Let's go 1 year at a time. Updated return can be updated within 4 years after the assessment year. Let's start. Keep a rough paper handy with you, everyone. For this year, AY 2021, what are the 4 years for which you can file the return? 21-22, 22-23, 23-24, 24-25. These are the 4 assessment years till when you could have filed updated return. But guys, this period is over because he spoke to you in the month of May 2025. So for this, the time period has lapsed. So sorry, you cannot update your return. Is that okay, everyone? Next, for 21-22, is the time period available? Yes, because the time period will be 22-23, 23-24, 24-25. And this is the year 25-26. We are in this year. So can he update the return? Yes. But let's see the details. Why is he updating in this year? 21-22. Have they given us anything about 21-22? No. So let's read. In 21-22, which is the second column, his tax liability was 5 lakh 60. He had deducted tax of 10 lakh. Someone had deducted tax of 10 lakh rupees. His tax liability was only supposed to be 5 lakh 60. So he'll basically update the return to get a refund. As will the government allow him to get? They say, listen, we won't do this only. So here also, guys, you are not allowed to file an updated return because this is not only if it's increase in tax, not increase in the refund. Next year, you are allowed 22-23 is within the 4-year period. Let's see. Your tax liability 6 lakh 30. 2 lakh was deducted already. Interest is 90,000. Self-assessment tax paid is 1 lakh. Let's make sense of it. You were supposed to pay 6 lakh 30 plus you were supposed to pay interest of 90,000. This is what you were supposed to pay. Out of that, you've already paid 2 lakh and you've already paid 1 lakh. So everyone, if you can take your 6 lakh 30 on the calculator, minus 2 lakh, minus 1 lakh. So the tax you still have to pay is how much? 3 lakh 30. And the interest that you still have to pay is 90,000. So if you still have to pay tax and interest, will the government allow you? Yes. Let's recap. This is the liability of tax. Forget the interest right now. This is the liability of tax, 6 lakh 30. But you've only paid 2 lakh and you paid 1 lakh. So what is the balance still left? 3 lakh 30. And of the interest, what is the balance left? 90. So this, the government will welcome you with open hands that please come and file because we want you. This is which year? 22-23. They've not given you any more details of that year. Yes. So in this year you can. Now, what will be the impact? We'll have to talk about the impact also. So which is this year? 22-23. So next year is 23-24, 24-25, 25-26. So you are filing in the third year. Not 25, not 50, 60%. So whatever tax you are paying plus interest on that, you have to pay extra how much percent? 60. Everyone, okay. Next year, 23-24. You have a, for this year 23-24, you have a house property loss. Can you revise your return? No, sorry. For losses, you cannot file your return because it is not in the benefit of the government. You can't write that language, but you have to write that since he wants to claim a loss, it will not be allowed to file an updated return. And last year for 24-25, will he be allowed to file an updated return? Yes, because he wants to show dividend income. So here he will be able to file. So only for 2 years he'll be able to file his updated return, this year and this year. And here, if you file the updated return, it's the first year, so you'll have to pay 25% additional tax. Yes. Go through this sum in detail. I've given you the basic structure. You have to present it year by one. If you want to see the presentation, here it is. I'll show it to you on the screen. Read it, have a look at it. This is an ICI illustration. Read this. First, he cannot file updated return because the period has lapsed. The word has lapsed have to be there. In the second case, he wants a refund. So for that refund, you cannot file updated return. For the next year, you can. 3 lakh 30 is your tax, 90,000 is your interest. There is a late fee also. Why late fee? If you remember, guys, if you've not filed your return and you're filing it late, there's a late fee of 5,000. But 60% is on the tax and the interest you'll have to pay. In this, you can update your return. The next year, you want to claim a loss from house property, so you cannot update the return. And the last one, you cannot update return. Oh, sorry, my bad. Last year has already updated the return once. Let's go to the question. He has filed updated return on 30th for AY 24-25. So for this year, if you already updated the return, so you cannot update it again. Even if it's for this papers, you cannot update it again. You can only update your return once. Yes. So this is the question. Perfect. Now we are moving towards that question which I want you all to solve. Everyone, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 points. Excellent question. You need to compute the total income and tax liability of above as per the old scheme. I want you all to take the onus right now and start with this question. Read these 3 points. We'll discuss in 2-3 minutes from now. Same way, rough work, the way we are trying to do it, Webhov, the year, PGBP, rough work, everything has to be done well. Try and start right now. This is the last question that we'll be doing. payment to a brother, not illiterate this time. Yes, so this is another question, but similar concept. Very good. He's making a payment to a micro enterprise. Guys, we have not discussed this, but if you are making a payment to a micro or a small, not medium enterprise, then whatever day the transaction happens, you have to pay within 45 days or the period agreed up, whichever is less. So 40 days agreed or 45, 40. 50 days agreed or 45, 45. And if there is no agreement, then you will pay within 15 days. There are strict timelines. If you don't pay within those dates, then for this year, you will not get the deduction. You will get the deduction then in the next year if you made the payment. Depreciation as per PNL is 13 lakh 60,000, 66,000. Check. I'm not doing anything, guys. I'm just scrolling. That's my job right now for the next 5 minutes. So whatever adjustments you feel you can want to do, you can do it. And then we'll discuss it together as well. There is NPS also here, tier 1. So good, we'll discuss that also when we reach there. I'm a little bored right now just reading, and so let's do this together. Yeah, if you can, and whatever you feel is right, you can also contribute. And while you're writing, so here we go. I'm taking a fresh page where I will do the rough work. We'll present it. This is the last question, anyways. This is question number 10. Is it a Jan 26 RTP? In the exam, if this comes, we'll write rough work. We'll write Vaibhav. Vaibhav's age is 46. The previous year is 24-25. And immediately we'll dive into PGPP, guys. This has to be done with very great aggression. You cannot waste time here. So this is only 30 minutes you have. So let's start 51-42. I waste actually a lot of time because I'm flipping pages. In the exam, quick has to happen like this. So profit figure 51,42,000. During the year, Weber taken professional services from a lawyer in relation to business dispute. The legal fees was 1 lakh. Tax has been deducted on time, but did not deposit the government within the due date. Tax was deposited on 15 November 2025. So 30% we disallowed. So 30,000 I'm adding back. First adjustment done. Half a mark secured. Weber renovated his office by engaging the servicing of brother. The total payment means 2 lakh 50. Reasonable is 1 lakh 50. So excess is 1 lakh. Add that 1 lakh. Another half mark secured. This is their excess payment. He purchased goods worth 30,000 from Vishnu and Company, a micro enterprise, according to on 1st March 2025. So this is basically you have to pay within 45 days. According to written agreement between them, the payment was to be made by 5th April. So yes, but you made the payment on 15th April. Sorry, then you will not get this deduction. Have you minused it? Yes, you have purchased goods of 30,000, so you minus it, so add it back. Sir, but why are you adding back? Because I know that when you purchase goods, you've already minused it, so you add it back. Depreciation as a PNL account, we don't go as per PNL account, we have to go to as per income tax act. So depreciation also we will add 13 lakh 66. Whatever is the right depreciation, we'll minus that.
Next. As per restructuring of the bank has converted unpaid interest of 6 lakh into a new loan account repaid on 20 installments. So 6 lakh now you have to pay slowly in 20 installments. That means 30,000 every installment. The first installment was paid in March, so you've only paid one installment, that is 30,000, but he has claimed the entire amount of 6 lakh. So is it wrong? Yes, absolutely wrong. So that 6 lakh first you add it back. So I'll add back 6 lakh. This is interest not paid. And I'll only minus 30,000. That is interest paid. Or you can do the net impact also of 5 lakh 70. Okay. Depreciation as per income tax rules is 12 lakhs. So you can minus the depreciation. That's the right depreciation. Income tax rules 12 lakh. He contributed 50,000 towards tier 1 account of NPS during the year. Now let's discuss this. See, ATC you can do dollar deductions, but if it's CCC care, it's LIC pension fund, and if you're contributing to NPS, then there is ATCCD1. That is CCD, and CCD they made NPS if you remember that. And total for ATC, ATCCC and ATCCD1, you have a deduction limit of 1,50,000, and he's contributed 50,000 towards tier 1 of NPS. Further invested in 5-year term deposit of 1.5 lakh. Now the problem is that this 1.5 lakh 5-year term deposit is under section ATC. Now my ATC is full. So can I take ATCCD1? No. Because the bucket is full. If you remember, yes, that limit is already raised. Now if you remember the joke, there's a separate extra bucket, and that is ATCCD1B. And that you can take up to 50,000 rupees. Exactly what. So what is tier 1 doesn't matter. But if they say tier 1, that means the right tier. Tier 2 is something that you will get in ATC only. And tier 1 you can take in ATCCD. Confused? Okay. Whenever they give you anything in NPS, always go to CCD. Unless they give you tier 2, then you go to only ATC. So here you can take ATC 1,50,000 and ATCCD 50,000. So go here and write ATC. Everyone, I'm waiting. 1,50,000 and ATCCD 1B is 50,000 extra. That is only because it is NPS. Otherwise, you cannot put. So only NPS goes in the extra. Very, very good questions, guys. India's biggest problem is unemployment, and this guy is helping unemployment being solved. He's adding 90 new employees during the year 24-25. Now the government says if you add new employees, but there are some conditions. First, whatever salary you pay to these new employees, will give you 30% extra under section 80 JJA. But there are some conditions. You should not pay them in cash. You should not pay them more than 25,000. Anyone paid more than 25,000, please remove them. They are ineligible. Anyone which are casual employees, we don't want casual employees. Casual means basically we're not contributing to the provident fund. Remove those also. So we are only contributing for regular employees. So out of 4 calculations that they've given, actually it's only 1 calculation that you have to do. See the fact. Now 20 new employees hired in the month of April. So 24,000 is a monthly salary. Let's do 24,000 monthly salary into 12. Into 20. 57 lakh 60,000 is the salary you're paying them. This, of course, you've already taken a deduction in PGBP, but 30% extra, that is 17 lakh 28,000. You can take a deduction under 80 job add. So go here, and this is in the new scheme also. You can take, guys, 80 JJA job add 17 lakh 28,000. And what will you write here? You'll write here that they are casual employees, so no deduction given for casual employees. And no deduction given if the salary is more than 25,000. Exact 25,000 is also okay. The regular employees participate in recognized provident fund, but the casual employees do not. So casual employees will remove. Vaibhav had sculptures in the form of capital assets acquired in Jan 2015 for 1,18,000. He started sculpture business and converted these capital assets into stock. The fair market value at the time of conversion was 3,50,000. He sold the stock for 5 lakh. Very, very simple. First he had an asset. He bought this asset for 1,80,000. I'm writing, guys, this was an asset for 1,80,000. On a particular day, he said that, listen, I'll convert it into stock. That day, the value became 3,50,000. I'm putting a timeline here. First, it was an asset, then it became a stock. On this day, the value was 3,50,000, and finally, you sold it for 5 lakh rupees. Now, if you ignore all of this, the logic is very simple. You sold something you bought at 1,80,000 for 5 lakh, but the government says, listen, we have to tax you when it was an asset under capital gain and when it was stock under PGBP. Of course, now no indexation, so don't worry about that. Just take your calculators. 3,50,000 minus 1,80,000. So this 1,70,000 will become capital gain. Is it long term? Let's see. He bought it in 2015, converted in 2024, so it is a long term capital gain and tax at 12.5% now. And from 3,50,000 to 5,00,000, that is 1,50,000 will be taxed under PGB. So no entry has been made in the books. So we'll go to PGBP at 1,50,000. You can write sculpture business. Good guys, we spotted a very good question. This is sculpture business 1,50,000. And there's no other head of income, so we'll just add capital gain, long-term capital gain, 1,70,000 in bracket 12.5%. Could this be a? They can just add default tax regime and give you a 14 mark. Sometimes 14 markers, 15 marker now has been simple also. Yeah, so has been simple also. I'll tell you how they complicate it. They give you options. One is optional, one is default. Last 4 attempts they've been given that, and they can even make it that what if he wants to follow presumptive tax. So they can give you options in that. That's it. That looks like your question. Put circle 1,70,000. Add this numbers. Be 1,88,000. So my gross total income is 63,58,000. Minus these deductions. 44,30,000 is my total income. On that, we'll calculate tax 44,30,000. We'll split it. Yes, CC income. Good. So this is long-term capital gain 1,70,000, 12.5%. Now, guys, there is no indexation because not land and building. And 42,60,000 is here. This we can do first 1,70,000 into 12.5%. 21,250. He is how many years old? 46 years old. Old scheme, so 0. 12,500. 1 lakh. 9,78,000. If you add up those numbers, 10,90,500. At both this amount. What a number? 11,11,750. Angel number, guys. Just we are ending and angels are here. And any surcharge? No. It is your 4% into 4%. That is 44,470. That and final number is 11,56,220. Perfect. 11,56,220 is the case. Now that's it. That's your tax liability. Perfect. Now I just want to add one more layer. If you can do the same for default tax regime, I'll wait for 5 minutes for all of you all to see. You'll have the rough work with you. See if you can do as per the default tax regime. So this one, we will start with this last number only. That is interesting because of 80 JJ. So we'll start at the last number, that is 44,30,000. And then 80 JJ will not add. We'll add 50,000. We'll add 1,50,000. Both these numbers we'll add. Only CCD2 is allowed. And in champions and hero, Jan is allowed actually. Jan is JJA, Agniveer, the master's contribution, and NPS, the again master's contribution is allowed. So JJA I'm not adding. In capital gain, there is no change. In PGBP, instead of going through the list, just write here additional, scientist, specified, awesome, co-vaccine. Additional depreciation is not there. Scientific research not there. Specified business not there. Awesome area is not there. So nothing you will add. So that's it. 46, 30,000, and then you'll apply the new rates, and the new rates are better. So obviously the tax will be much lower. I'm not going through it, but it will be lower, and hence you'll apply the default tax regime. Guys, go with the expectation that you will get the default tax regime and the optional tax regime, because that's the reality. Don't get scared. First do the optional. You're stronger at that. Everyone's stronger at that. And then go for the default tax regime by making these kind of changes and getting a right answer. If they give presumptive tax, that could be another layer as well. Remember, any sum which is big takes more time. There are other sums which will compensate, MCQs that will compensate. Any tax liability MCQs you will do right in the end. This computation of income also you'll do right in the end. Other MCQs you'll do first. Between DT and GST, whichever is the stronger will you do first. I would suggest start with GST, but if DT is stronger, start with DT. I think DT now is very predictable. Let's predict residential status one sum. IFHP between a sum and MCQ definitely there. PGBP, you know it's there. Rates of tax, you know it's there. TDS, you know is there. Return of income, you know is there. These are 5-6 chapters that are definitely there. Set off also is more or less there only. But within 5-6-7 chapters, guys, you can make really your game strong at DT. And forget GST. Only DT will help you get to the 20-30 marks very easily. And anything more is just like a bonus. Keep up the good work that you've been doing. If you've been here for the last 2 days, I'm sure your DT knowledge has enhanced, has gotten better, especially with writing and presenting. Keep up, and as and when you move ahead, any doubts you can put it on the group. I've not checked the group since last time. I haven't got the time, but as and when I get the time, I keep checking and I'll keep replying. Other students, you guys now can also take over the group and also reply to the students' queries. All the best, and I'm very hopeful that our hard work will pay off. You might feel it, and always it's feeling, there's a small feeling of guilt that listen, I should have started earlier, I should have done more. But remember guys, every student has the same feeling. What you've done is great. The next 20 days also will be good. Keep your mental check in place, because that's really important. There are an hour where you don't feel like studying, don't study. Keep in touch with a few friends. Make sure you check the center in advance. Carry 1-2 calculators, admit card, etc. has to be in place. Sleep well during the exam days, absolutely important. And remember, all you need is a halfway mark. And I'm definitely sure that we will do enough to at least get the halfway mark. All the best. May the best people and the most deserving students win. Thank you. Was really nice to have this marathon. We'll keep doing some session like this later as well. Take care. Ending the session here. Any doubts? Tax solve group is there, so I'm not keeping any comments here open. You can just ask on that group.